All right, yes, thank you. I just want to say to record the meeting. I said this, so we're gonna be doing real live programming. What I really want you to do right now, real quick, is to walk through the application process, which is not a difficult one. You can do same on your Android, iPhone, or if you have an Apple, or you can also do it on your computer. Now, what I have up here is what you're supposed to see. So what you just open a new tab, and you are going to type in iSIMS. Um, Let me see if I can just put it in the chat real quick. All right, so what you'll be doing is to type in ISIM, that is ISIMS .heart .nta.org. I'm unable to toggle to my chat right now, so I'm just going to ask the assistance of Mr. Jones or Mr. O'Connor, if you're still online, just to put in the URL into the chat so persons can just tap same their finger, just copy and paste and put it into right, put it up there so that they can get it. So when you do apply, you just come right here, iSIMS .heart .nta.org. You should it should take you to a page looking like what you're actually seeing right now. Now, when you go to this page, you're going to see apply to your left. When you click apply, for persons who already have an application with the VTDI, you're just going to go straight ahead to the left where it says returning applicants. If you're a new applicant, you go to create an account. You can either create an account first thing, or you can go ahead and look for the program to which you're applying for. So I want you to scroll down to the middle, to the certificate courses, and you will actually see it somewhere around here. Here it is. All right, so here it is. Certificate in Competence in Pascal Programming. You're going to select, and it should take you directly to where you're going to actually start a new application. It is pretty much straightforward from here. All you need to do is just put in your name, to which you should know. First name, last name, your TRN, whether you're a male or a female, your date of birth, starting with the month, the date, and the year, your email address, and then you confirm, same, and then you continue. Now, while you will continue, it will take you directly to actually fully finishing the application process, which is, I think they should take you no more than about 3 minutes to 5 minutes, thereabout. Right, so remember, it's isims.heart-nta.org, and as again, I'm asking kindly Mr. Jones or Miss O'Connor just to
it's already in the chat.
right, thank you. So you can just copy, put it in the URL, right? And for persons who already have an account, it is pretty much straightforward. Let's say you're supposed to bring it to the page. You come to here, the page, you click apply to the left. Come to the left, you click apply. Again, you say either you're a returning applicant or you're a new applicant, right? If you're a returning applicant, you can just click log in, and you put in your information, your email address and your password, and you log in, and you go straight ahead. For the new applicant, what will happen is that it will take you just the same as the page that I showed you just now when you actually click the link to go to the application process for Pascal. All right. So that is what you should be seeing right now. So I'm just going to ask you kindly if you could go ahead and do same. And I will check through the day to see the persons who are actually logged on to see if your application, if I can actually see your application. All right. So, Mr. Jones, I know I said going to want to start at 9:50. I'm just going to give person just a 5 minutes. If you just allow them just to see if they can just go ahead. If you're having difficulties, we will look back at it later in the day or maybe tomorrow. All right. So we don't want to really take up too much of your training session or the workshop. So you can go ahead.
So I'll start then officially. So you guys can go ahead, do the registration, and I'll start the lecture at 10, immediately 10.
Can you show me where the Pascal is? Pascal application or something program.
All right. So if you're at this page right now, you're gonna go down to the certificate. So so you're gonna go down to C. So all of this is A, talk about the associate degree, B, bachelor's degree. Then I scroll down to certificate courses, right? You're gonna scroll all the way down until you see it's somewhere around here, right? So here it is, certificate in competency, certificate of competence in Pascal programming. I hope that you're actually seeing right here. This is March 2021. That is what you're actually going to do. You're going to select that one. Come over here and press select. So go all the way down to C. All the way down to C. Right? So pass A, which is associate degrees, B, which is a bachelor's degree. Come all the way down to C. Come down to certificate of competence, and you will find it right here. For persons who are using a laptop or a computer desktop, you can just press Control F to find real quick. I just type in a quick ID, a quick reference, PASCAL, press enter, and it actually carry down all the way, come down. Hope I'm not complicating the process for anyone.
Morning again, guys. Just for a brief background for the persons who may be foreign to Pascal, I just want to make sure I have a base. And so I will just give you a little overview, a little synopsis of what Pascal really is and how it works. And I'm aware that some person may be advanced, some may not know anything at all. Therefore, I want to be able to please everybody. So this is a simple demonstration of how Pascal is and what it does. So and how is a high level language and what it really means. It means that it is further away from the physical hardware. So whenever you hear about programming language that is high level, nanotechnology is an example of what high level language is. You don't really have to be in the physical hardware be doing program. And so from time to time, program develops. And we are now at an era where we are actually virtualizing technology because of these type of principles. So we don't depend on memory with hardware most of the time, but what we do, we depend on compiler with memory location. So we don't necessarily have to be coding on a particular hardware. We can use other language because the truth is these programming language text editors don't understand them. And therefore we'll have to use some form of compiler. So with Pascal, it's no different. It's not one of the best language, but it is okay in its state, not something that I can brag about because it has its efficiencies due to the high level or increased programming language. But for the CXC or the CSEC requirement, I think it's okay to get the basic grasp of what coding is, though it may show some errors at times that is not really necessary. But we are aware that it is a requirement. In the Pascal code, you notice the first thing with the Pascal code is to have the first word, which is program. Um, the word program is actually a built-in function. It is also important for Pascal. Without program, you have not yet started your Pascal. And there are some reserved words that you cannot use as variables or anything of that sort because they are reserved. And for persons who are not acquainted with programming language, once it is reserved, you cannot use it as variables. So you must bear that in mind. These are some simple basic things which we'll explain in detail whenever, not detail, but we'll explain them while we perform them as we go along. So every Pascal have a beginning and end. There's two types of beginning and end. We call them the big boy and the small boy. So you have the father, son. The father is when the end have a full stop. So when you begin a program, you end it with that full stop that you see on the screen right there, end full stop. It means that the program comes to an end. But inside the program, for example, if you're doing some conditional loops, you're able to use the begin and end, but it does not carry a full stop. So you can bear that in mind as we go along. We'll speak a little about right line, which is really actually the printout. There's two types, which is the right and the right line. And I would recommend you don't use right because right really doesn't give you any return key at the end and sometimes cause your program be jumbled. I won't stay long on this because I'm really here for the code. It has to have some form of text editor, and we call that the compiler. And it has to be saved with the extension that pass. And for people who don't know what extension is, it is the ending part of a file. For example, Microsoft Word use docs or doc. Excel use XLS. So you would have a basic understanding. For the Pascal extension, is the that pass. How the compiler work two ways. first thing first, the compiler will have to check for some form of errors. It will run line by line by line. And wherever error is found, it just tell it that, hello, something is wrong. You need to go back. And that is what they call a syntax error. Once that has been cleared up, what will take place is that the code will just pass through the compiler again. And once it is fixed, it just moves to the next code. So there's no error. It just return a zero error. And once you run a Pascal file, it will create a thing that you call the exe file, which is the executable file that you guys can run without having to go into the compiler itself. And reserved words, as I was saying, these are words that the compiler will use. And with these words, you cannot use them as verbals. And we will go through with those. One thing on the screen that we can note is the CRT. It is actually a function that uses some preloader that is stored into memory. There are times that you have to use that. It is a Pascal command for the preloaders, and preloaders are like header files, and there are a way you can write your own CRT or your own header files. And I will give you also that line of code. Is no big deal, and it's also a requirement for CSEC if it is that they ask you to write a header file, and you will have to create that. So I'll just give an example of that as well. These are just built-in functions. I'm not going through anything that you are not going to get. So the go-to function, it's like a tab, like you like a jump to. So if I have X at the top and I'm way down at the bottom and there's a function that says go to X, XY, it will jump back at the top. So you can bear that in mind. These are some input statements and some output statement that you will be using. The byte, the variable type, which is the byte, the char, the integers, the string, the real, the boolean. True or false is the boolean. The real is real and truly digits, such as floating points, like 2.68. And you have string, which is a bunch of characters, ILOVE. And a char in itself is just a character, which is Y for yes or N for no. Integer is numbers. Byte is really used to control any bits between 0 to 255. That is really memory used mostly by memory allocations. And that is what is also used to build what you call your blocks in your IP addresses. So it's very important. Integers, yes, these we don't really need to know, but for multiple choice, I'm not sure if you guys will be getting that. So it's good to have an idea of that. I've already explained all of these. So variable names, if you look on the left and on the right, for example, total, you can use that, it's acceptable. But you cannot use begin because begin is actually a reserved word. You can use X, but you cannot define a number to be a variable unless a text is on the number. So the acceptable one is rather X. You have A1, which it has no dot in between it, it has no whatever in between it. So it is expected of you when you're creating your variables. You can have letters and numbers, but don't put any dot in between it. You can use underscore, but not that for sure. You have acceptable first name. If you notice the variable don't have any space in first name, join. You cannot do pen color like how it is with space over there. So that is very important when writing your Pascal code. You have something that we call a constant, which we will be using a lot. Just like the pi, which is 3.142, I know it as, but this do a round off for me. So what will happen? It will be used right throughout the program. And what best use this is when you're doing trading online, or whenever you see the stock market, there's a lot of constants that are used, and all they do is to use a function to change that constant whenever the day changes, so the currency goes up and down. So that's a function that is widely used throughout the programming. Nothing new at all. These are assignments. Whatever is on the left, if you don't notice those colon equal between the example, where you have num4 equal to 25. I want to notice that you can call it is equal. So you only use equal in condition, not assignment. But either you're going to equate it or in condition. If x equal to that, do that. That's the only thing I can use that equal with those colon. Otherwise, when you're doing an assigned value, num4 is equal. All that colon is, so you can understand while you're actually coding. And these are some basic functional operators. We use the plus and the minus and the times. You guys know that a lot. We use the diff. Whenever you use diff, it does not return any remainders. When you use the slash, it returns remainders, and therefore you have to control it. And mod is really the difference between a number 2 into 3 goes one time and leave that, and that is the mod one time, and the remainder of 1 would be the answer. So that's what the mod will return the remainder. And then division, of course, return the integer value. And in integer, these are whole numbers. It doesn't return points. So Pascal uses true or false statement, which is the boolean. You guys should know that. There are some other conditions. Equal is equal, if you don't notice, but you know when to use that only in conditions and not basically a assignment. Greater than, you guys know all of those works. We'll be going through it. And at this point, I should not even be going through such basic. So if you are not at this level, you should be worried. But by the end of the 2 days, your worries should stop. So we use if else conditions, and there are some tricks with if else. If you're going to do nested if, what you need to bear in mind, the first if, when it comes down to where you have if x equals 0, then right, wrong. That semicolon here, you would not use it if you're going to use else and have another statement. Pascal is weird, but in other languages, you would actually have the semicolon to end the line. In the instance of our nested if, you can just bear that in mind. You will see it in our codes. You don't use semicolon at first instance of that if statement, and that is very important. If it rains, then it's an if then thing, else type of thing. If it rains, then I'll go to the cinema. Else, I'll just stay home. So it's really and truly a basic language, and if you understand the conditions and the statements between it, you'll have fun with it. And there's some time when you have to use, once you're going to do control structure, we call it control structure in programming, where you have multiple ifs inside, we must use a begin and an end. That's the small begin and end that I'm telling you about, the baby, and not the big one with the full stop. So you will get a preview of that as well. And of course, we talk about the 3 different types of syntax. This is good for your multiple choice question, where you have the runtime error, you have the syntax error, and the logical error. Those are the 3 types of errors that you will get, which I think I explained before. Loops is a requirement for CXC, and the hardest loop that you will get in CSEC is really the control structure loop. With that small begin and end and continue and continue. It won't be more advanced than that. And we only have one type of definite amount that we'll actually use, and which is called the for loop, which will be used in most of the program. I've never seen a Pascal program that is suitable enough. In my eyes, that doesn't have a for loop. You must have a for, unless it's a basic display. But you may not have a repeat on it. You may not have a while. But those is really limited to the amount of conditions that you will put, so they call it infinite amount. There's no limit until that end. And this is what you use to build viruses, to replicate Trojans in your computer. It's a beautiful thing to build a virus using this type of loop. All right, so if it is that, if I want to start a number, so the counter is equal to a number, and I put in that number, there are some decisions that you'll have to make. So if it's greater than the end number, then I'm going to go down to the ones. If not, going on to actions and continue right around. Let me just hurry up this so you can see. So if I say if it's greater than the n number, then end the loop. Well, if not, do some action and just start to decrease. But if it is, keep increasing until you're completed. And that's the basic operations. I won't even go into these. These are just some like a simple tests that you should know when it comes down to mathematical operations. I will not go through these, but at least you can know that there are a lot of information on those. So I won't even go further with this type of thing. I think you guys should get that. But for the function, this is how we do function in Pascal. We'll be using function, of course. And we have a thing in programming we call the function declaration and the function definition. The declaration just tell you that I'm going to use this function named Dan Brown, our maximum here. But you will not have any parameters inside if you just end that line or just put a little semicolon there. That is the declaration. But once you do it like this, and you write things within the parameters, you know that you're actually setting up yourself to define the function, which you will see in the operation. And if you have been behind in Pascal, I'll make sure that the demonstration assists in doing better in that. So I will just go to that's Mr. Laundry is the person who have this online. It's very informative, very good information there. Basic in. With that being said, let's do some coding. Are you ready? So today,
Yes, sir.
all right. So today, let us. What I will do, I will just end this. One moment. Yeah. Extending my screen. Sorry. All right. I will just go in my PowerPoint over here. I'm going to share this screen with you. So here, you should see my screen. It's not. I'm not going to maximize it. You should see this. So this is the first SBA that we're going to do. And trust me, these SBAs are going to be good for you. You should not see a Pascal code in your CSEC and don't know how to do anything. It's going to bring out a lot in you. So the Jamaica 50 Secretariat was in charge of planning all the activities for the 50th anniversary of Jamaica. And that was last year, I think. We're at 51 now, I believe. Independence, or 52. Not sure. As part of the celebration, the Secretariat had to plan activities for all the parishes. Well, they got grants from the government for 30 million, and I will not limit this code to 30 million. I will be more flexible so you can actually put in the information. Meaning it's not tied into constant as 30 million. I'll allow you to put the budget there, and then from that budget, you can actually put the amount. For example, if you want to put the budget to be $5 and then pay $2, you just tell it that, hey, $3 outstanding. So I'll allow that to happen. But he's responsible to make up the shortfall of the 2 million, which I just explained, $2, as the proposed budget was 50 million. So as a member of the Secretariat, you are a member of the Secretariat. You and I today. And you're responsible to ensure accountability and proper record keeping. So you are required to utilize suitable, and they give you that. But I will focus in on the programming application to verify the monies received and payment made throughout the festivities. So how do we go about doing this? First, there are some things that we need to consider. We need to know what is it that we really want to control. Give me 1 minute. 1 minute. Sorry about that. I won't answer my phone again until the break. So we need to know something. We need to know what we're going to call the program. And of course, the first thing I would think about is Jamaica 50. That's the first name I would give my program. And the program name must not be too long. And before I even go into this, what am I going to put all this information in? I need a compiler. Well, I have many compilers that we can use, but I'll be using the online compiler that they call the GDB. I rather that compiler because I don't want to take up the resource on my computer, so I can just do it in the web. But if you want to use your compiler, you can use Lazarus. Lazarus is a compiler that is used to run Pascal code. It really helps. However, it has its limitations. Sometimes it is kind of quite difficult to flush the first program. So if you're writing program one work and it work well, and you want to run program one is still in memory. So it has that type of flaw. But if you do a little refresh or restart or close it open, you might get it to work. So I don't want that today. You have the Turbo Pascal, which I was privy to use when I was going to my Gully. I usually lecture Pascal at Mile Gully for the 5th 4 months. After I graduated, I went back. And then, VTDI advanced me in more high-level language. When it comes down to the VTDI, they're one of the best in programming. You have to be fully practical. It's not a word of mouth. You have to do it. You have to know how to do it. And when it comes down to there. But if you want a school that really do the work, there's nowhere else to go. But if you really want just the theory and just bypass some things, you can choose any other thing. But you cannot come to VTDI and don't. Kind of impossible. I tried it. Tried to boycott it, but it didn't work. So we're gonna go with online gdb.com. We're going to use that and we're going to select Pascal. So let me just bring that up over here. So what I can do here is to go Pascal. I'm gonna bring this over here. This is GDB online gdb.com, and you can choose Pascal over here. It has a lot of language. I use it for even my C class that I'm doing now. It is quite good. It's okay. You have some compilers in the web too that cannot do the execution. They cannot really allow the input online. So this one is recommended and I think it is good. So this will be my compiler that I will be using. And once you select the compiler that you want, it will change its structure. You notice this is still studio. So once you change it to the right one, it will give you whatever you need. So no need to tell me that it's taking long to load whilst you're gonna do this workshop, because you'll be coding and you're gonna need this information to go back and look at, and you're going to save it in a folder. So first thing you should be doing now is to open up a folder on the desktop, and you should say SBA programming Pascal #1. We have many information to give. This is really VTDI, a lot of information. I don't think today can really help, but to give you all of it, but you'll get some at least. So this is what we're going to use to do whatever we are doing. All right. So with that being said, we were at juncture, we were saying that we are going to create our program to use a you call the name Jamaica 50. Now, let me just write and talk. I think it's going to be nicer. You guys understand what I want. Let me tell you what I want. I want to be able to know the budget for the 14 parishes of Jamaica. I want to know how much money I spend at Westmoreland, at Manchester, whatever. This is government. They're spending money like crazy, and I'm the secretariat in charge here. And I must prove to the government that I can keep a budget. So I want to know when the budget is in negative, when it's in positive, and when it's break even. That's all I want to know. Based upon this question, that's all they need to know. They need to know, based upon the budget that you input, what is the actual budget, what is the estimated spending, minus that actual from the estimated, and you get the total budget or the balance that leave for me to be spending. That's all this program is really asking for. And if you look at it, I could just do it very easy to let it be 30 million and 20 million and give you a display. But I need input. I need input in my program. So I'm going to allow you to put that 30 million if you want to, and put that 20 million if you want to. Or if says things change, the government say 15 million, no need to go back in the code or hard code anything. I want to be able to put that in. So we're going to do that, and we're going to do that effectively. So the first thing that I'm going to really do is to go back on my my GB, and I have already selected Pascal, and here is where we start. Now let me tell you, this is how I run my code here. This is the run. This is the debug. This is where you stop it. You cannot run two code one time, so you need to stop it, and that is why you see in most code return 0. It means it returns 0 errors upon exit. If a code is running and you try to run it, it tells you that exit is at -1. That is really an error that is quite frequent along the programming line, but it doesn't do you no harm. So I have already logged in to my online GB. You don't have to log in, but if you need to store it, if you need to store it, it is recommended that you do sign in or sign up or use a Gmail or something, create a folder and save in your My project. You can go in here, you can see Pascal workshop, and you can create your new project here. So I can go here, create a new project, and boom, voila, I am in my pro. Whatever I do here, when I save it, it will be in there. So whenever I go back to my online GDB, I can find it. So this is what I'm going to do. So I'm going to just save it there. That's my first thing, creating a project. The difference, the difficulty that you will have after you all information with this is that you cannot do a header file in here. You cannot do a header file in here because it has to be included. But I will test it out in a program. I was told that it cannot be done, but I will even test it today when we are doing our code. So let's start. So first thing first, this starts with a comment by default. And this is the one of the way you use comment in Pascal. Curly brace, close, and open, and you can write whatever you want to write in here. So you can just put your name in there. And this is really, CSEC is expecting you to have these things there. Comment is one mark. In a line. When I was at Mile Gully, I give 1 mark for comment alone. If you properly comment the code, they will know that you understand what you're doing. Even if you make an error in the code, they will know what you're intended to do. So it's very good to do that. So my program will not name hello. We say we're gonna call it Jamaica 50. I think that's good. But we always see this Jamaica 50 colon. I want to go above and beyond when it comes down to this. I'm going to tell you what is really hidden. There's a hidden part of the code that persons don't really put, but it is called input output. It's not shown because program Jamaica is really a function. but nobody say to you that it's actually a function. And this is how you actually write a function. That's a function, and that is called a function declaration. So if you are going to put in your input, comma, and I like to use my capital I, input, output. So that's how the program is, and you can just put right here, name of my program. Name of my program. And if you spell anything wrong over here, it's not going to affect the program because it's really a comment in line, right? So anything you want to put in that, you can do it. Now there's a trick that, not really a trick, there's something you need to know. Program uses constant var. You must know that by heart. So if you're going to do a program, go enter, you use uses. And you can come whenever you're going to put a constant. That's a trick that I always remember. And then I put my bar. Don't mess with the bar above the constant and all these things. So what you're going to do to always remember, whenever you're doing your code, if you're going to use any form of CRT, which CRT really actually is important because it is what allows you to use like the go-to function, it allows you to use color in the actual application. There are some inputs that you have to use, and the uses really load in your preloaders. It is like a header file that stores the functions that is built in. So when you use the word uses, it's very important. We normally use CRT. I'll give you some other function in some other program. All I'll be using in here that may use CRT is maybe a go-to. But you can always use CRT. It doesn't affect the program if you are not. So you can just always use CRT. So here we go now. And constant, you may not use it, but I have a need for it. I don't really. All right, I'll put a limit because we are going to do the 14th parish of Jamaica. So let us say limit, and this is where you use equal. You don't use the colon equal. See, this is where you use equal. 14 parishes of Jamaica. So this is one way you use equal. You won't see equal much, but you will see that colon and equal. So once you're going to do it in some form of condition, you must use equal and or a statement, but it will not be whenever you're doing the actual program. So here it is. So program uses constant var. You can use that as your code to know that, hey, yeah, I like that. That sounds nice. So here I'm going to go here now. We're going to do some vars. We spoke just a while ago, and we read whatsoever was on the document itself. It say for the 14 parishes. So we're going to put parishes in an array. So we're not going to list them one by one by one. We're going to put parishes in an array. So we have a limit. So we're going to say from 1 to. So you know that we're going to need a count, something to hold that type of thing. We're going to deal with the budget. There was an actual budget, so we can call that an actual budget. And of course, we're going to put in our estimated budget, and so we can use our estimated budget as well. What do we need with this now? The difference, we need a difference between the values that has been taken into the array. For example, you say 3, you're going to do the budget for 3 parish. We're going to limit the parishes. So we can say 1 parish or 2 parish. We can decide how many parish we're going to do it for. So out of the 14, which is the limit, we can decide that we're going to just do it for 3 parishes. So the program is going to ask us how many parishes you want to do the budget for. You can say 1, 2, or 3. So we're going to say R4 or 5, right up to 14. So we're gonna do that. So we're gonna need that. We need to know the status, and we are gonna put that also in an array of the current budget that we're actually doing. So here we go. We're going to put parish. I'm going to say you can tab parish. I'm gonna say colon Array. Array. Once I'm going to use an array, you must say the word array. Once parish, or we can say parishes, once you put that, you know that that's an array. And every array has this thing, this square box to say 1 to this or 1 to that or 0 to this or whatever it is. But we're going to do 1 to 40. So there's a way to do array in Pascal. Is 1, 2, 2 that. You can use that to remember 1, 2, whatever it is. And then we're going to use limit. So that's a way. So it's 1, 2 that limit. So I just say 1 to limit. So the 2 that just kind of show me that yeah, 1 to limit. And what we are going to do it as, we're going to do it for parishes, going to take in strings. So what do I mean by that? I'm going to put in Manchester, Clarendon. Those are not char. Those are chars. So there's where we're going to say off, which is a built-in function, and we're going to say string and capital S, string, and say colon. So that's one so far. So we get parishes out of the way, and we can say estimated, estimated. We're going to put that as an array as well. You can use a tab, and we're going to do the same thing here in our curly brace. We're going to say 1 to that limit. That means 1 to wherever it is. So the 2 that mean 2. And that is also not, we're going to do this. This is going to take in some point number because the budget can be 50.2. Money we're talking about. So we're going to use anything with points is called, we're going to use rail. So with rail, we can go ahead and declare that. And we can continue, we can say we're going to do our actual. What is the actual budget? The 30, the 50 million or 30 million and stuff like that. We're going to use actual. We're going to say this is also an array. And of course, we know how to do array now. By doing this, you guys must know it's going to take in 1, 2 dots. You guys catch this already. I know that. You catch it. It's a constant repetition. So you will catch this. And this is why this SBA is going to help you a lot. So we're going to say that's the actual, and we're going to use it rail. We're going to use rail as well. I didn't have to do it line by line. I could use comma and continue, but because we are building out, we'll have the lines so we can see it clearly. And we said that we want to know the status, the current. So we're going to store this status in an array of where we actually is. Because if we're going to say 3, we want to know how much is the first 2. We want the status of those balances. We want to keep them. So we're going to call that array. And we're going to go bam, and we're going to still say 1, 2, limit. And this is going to be string. So we're going to ask, oops. I'm going to show you how this works. We're going to ask a question, and you'll see where status comes in. What else do we need? We need the difference. We need the difference. So the difference is going to be the actual estimate minus the whatever. So difference, we're going to use diff. Let's say array and 1, 2 limit. And if I wasn't using constant, I would be saying 1 to 40. But we have already defined the 14 there. So if it look a little funny from what you know, it's because I define a constant. And this is also going to be of real. Because once you have one real and one integer would cause confusion. So you really and truly need the real right through your program. Well, we're going to actually have integer at least. So that's it for that. My integer values, let me put them in. We're going to use while count because we're going to do a while loop. do the difference count because we want to keep the difference of each array that is being counted, because remember, we can say 10, we can say 14, we can say 1. We have to keep the difference of all of them. So we need something to keep that count. So in order to do that, we are going to have while count, or the while loop count, of course. I'm gonna use comma now, so you can learn the both ways to do it. And then the difference count, UNT. I'm also going to use parish count. You want to know how much parishes that you're going to actually, because the first question is going to can say how much parish you have to do the budget for. All 14 of them. That may not be necessary. Maybe it's one per parish. So we're gonna put parish, PARISH. I want to call it parish number, right? And I'm gonna put that as integer. And normally in some language, int is enough, but in this, gotta write it out, integer. Well, oh, and for each row, well, explain this. I'm going to do this as I go along. So this is going to keep each rows of my actual arrays, actual count. So you will see when I'm using that. So these are what I'm going to use to do my program. These take a lot of thought process. You have to have a lot of thinking going on. You have to think about the parish. You have to think about how much parish. What if only one parish I want, or two? The program is just a simple statement, but yet you think that it's just a little simple statement. We're expecting for you to look between the lines and to say that, hello, this is actually a budget. You're going to do a budget for 14 parish. You may only do it for 2, but I only want the maximum of 14, but not necessarily that you're going to do the whole 14 of them. You have to look in between your things, so you can allow the flexibility of the program. I could stick this at 14 and you have to do the 14, but that would take so much time for you to be still filling out 14 times. So I'm going to allow you guys to do that. So this is where your program actually starts now. Remember the baby begin? We are talking about this one is the big man begin. So we are going to just do our we're going to begin by doing our while, and the reason why we're going to do that while count, because we're going to create a counter to keep the amount of time we are going to do a budget for the part. We will not be using the while at the first, but we have to define it as 0. Pascal is funny. You have to initialize your count inside of your begin. Once you initialize it, the program is going to expect for you to use it at a particular time. You may not use it, maybe you may not use it, but because of how Pascal is, you must first initialize your counters. So I'm going to initialize my while loop here. So let me just put, I want to use the baby begin. So this right line, you guys will see a lot of right line. I'll make sure I write a lot of right line. So let me just put a while. I always do this first. While count is equal to 1. It's really from 1 to 40. And if the fact that the limit is 14, it must start at 1. If it says 0, it's going to be 15 parishes, because 0 is actually a block. So you cannot say 0. So and we will also have a def count, def count. This now is going to be at 0 for the initial start. So this is equal to 0. Boom. The first time the program runs, it will be at 0 before the difference is taken in. And what will take place? The first one that is run, I'm going to get a code in it, and then it's going to become 1. So you cannot say the difference count is 1 already, because no code has been run. So that's what the difference count is. So that is not important for now. So bear with me when it comes on to this. So we can just go down a little. Let me just pull down my screen. Okay, put this down there. Can code. So here we're gonna go. This is gonna begin my while my not loop, my comment line. I'm gonna do a lot of right line for you to have an understanding of right line. With right line, WRITELN, that's the term for right line. It can be a declaration. When it's a declaration, that's all you do. And there's gonna be a space at that level. I'm gonna do it again. I don't want to copy and paste in this lecture. I'm just gonna go again and I'm gonna do it. So I want two lines down. Pascal have a way with things like this. I don't so fancy it, but it happens. Most of the functions error because there's not a space between it. And now that I'm going to go there, I'm going to now really write a line. So that was actually my function, the declaration, which is a right line function. It is a function. It is not taught as a function. What I'm going to do, I'm going to just tab out and start the right line that you used to. And in the right line, we're going to write some things. And you don't use double quote like C, it's actually single quote. I'll make a lot of mistake with this. I'm going to put in some stars and just say now, you are using a Jamaica, oops, I'm using VJM Jamaica. And if you need apostrophe, you have to use that the double quotation. If you use the single quotation, you want to end the line. So you cannot use the single quotation. So Jamaica 50 or 50th celebration of where. Of course, put something like that. And we can end it with a couple stars, make it look nice. And of course, we end our line here. And we're going to do some more right line. Give it a little space so we can see right line. Give it a little space again. One little space, and below that space, we can tell what the program is going to do, because after we leave here, we want to know what was this program all about. You can use a write, so you can see how write is work. So the WRITE, below the line. Sorry, I'm going to put WRITE, and I'm going to use the write. The write, remember that the write doesn't have a space below it, it's just right in that line. So write, this program is used to accept the estimated value and actual value. Of course, I want to go to the next line and continue writing. So I'm going to just go end it right there and put another right line. If you put right here now, you'll have problem. If you put WRITE, if you put a right here and write anything in there, it's going to concatenate and join up with this over here. So let me just put right line, right line, inner line, give it a little space. And I hope you're writing now. Let me just do so this is what you actually see You are using the Jamaica 50th celebration software. This program is used to accept the estimated value and actual value. And I'm going to continue right. If you notice, the program doesn't even show you a space here. That's how Pascal works. Why you have to always have at least two right lines when you're starting a program. In big programs, don't just start the program like that. Start with your right line. It will save you some errors, right? So that's what we are. That's where we are now with the program. So we will actually stop the program. It stopped already. Just press enter and oops, enter, and that will remove it. So we are actually somewhere. So let us continue. They can have an appreciation. Am I losing anybody at this point? Is everybody on par with me right now? Are you looking keenly? I want to make sure that you are with me. One person can unmute their mic and just say, or you can, in the chat, you can go, yes, I'm with you, or no, you lost me. I'm giving the opportunity to talk, guys.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that is good. That is good. Remember, say I'm not a boring lecturer, so we have to talk while we go. Good. So this is the right line that we have right there. So with that now, we're going to what else am I going to say? The value of the budget. So we're going to do another right line. Please lock the door. Thank you. We're going to do another right line. So let us just do here. Right line. Right in. Right. Right line. And the reason why I have to put a right line here is because the right does not use right a new line. If I remove this line, the both of them will come together. And I will show you that in a few. So actual value of the make sure you are in that single quotation of the budget allocation and determine whether there is a deficit. Is a deficit. So what will happen if I remove this line? Oh, give me a semicolon. Not only deficit, I also want to break even our circle. So let me run this. What will happen here? This is actually joining. This is actually joining it right. All right. My compiler don't show it like that. I can tell you, your compiler it will. So this is a nice compiler. You go back to my code and press the return key that they're asking me for. And I can go. So I need a deficit as well as a right line of break even and put ball. And all of this is referred to as my caption. So I will not go too much in. I think you get right line from this, which is a requirement for CCC. Right line is a must. Right, get the understanding the difference between right and right line. They try to give a question so you can actually have an appreciation of what is right differently from right line. We'll be going, I think for the basic, for the persons who know nothing about right line, I think this gives you the opportunity to know that how to use right line. A lot of right line here. So you can't say you didn't learn right line. Mr. Jones bored you with right line. All right, so we are going to say no. This is very important. Below this, we want to tell them that they must note that the number of parishes do not exceed. So we want a statement to prompt them right now. Want a statement to prompt them saying that hey, please note number of parishes don't allow it to exceed 440. So we're going to just use a right to do that. I don't want to put any other. All right, I might. We go. I'm gonna write it in full caps. Please note the number of parishes parish does not exceed 14. A little line here, line right there. And then we're gonna just start the program. First thing first, we want the program to say enter the number of parish you want to process, which we said initially that we want the program to ask. So now the program start. So if you feel like it's all the right line you're going to do, you could sad mistake. Or you would have sad mistake. One of those terms you people use. I've always about Miss Low to. So right. I'm gonna use a right. I don't really use much right, but I want to use it because of the requirement. Enter the number, and we can put in bracket as if numbers of parish in bracket yes, it might not be parishes. Parishes you want to process. And put a little semicolon and space, right? Guys, you want it to space give you a little room. Or you can even do something like this. And give a little space like that. You can do that as well. It's a little thing to show that you understand what you're doing. So you give a little space or a little arrow to point where you're going to type whatever you're going to type. And of course, the new function that you're going to learn is called the read line. If you have been writing line, and all you're seeing is output, it simply means that the read line would mean that you're actually reading input. So you're taking in input from the keyboard. And this is what this is the fun thing. So here it is. The program said to me, hey, enter the number of parishes you want to process. Well, I need to enter it. I need to the keyboard to help me now. And read line. And what is the verb that I use to do this? I know I put it up at the top. I call it parish num. Parish num. Parish num is what I said I want to use to actually. And for some compilers, when I click on parish num, it will highlight the rest of parish num. This don't do it. And welcome to Pascal. I don't know about the other compilers. Lazarus, I don't know either. Lazarus is the most preferable. I'm not sure if it does it. But normally when I click on parish num, it will tell me up here that, hey, you highlight parish num, which is right here. Look at that. There's a little thing over it, you know. Look at it. When you double click on it, see that? It has a little shadow all over it that it can hardly be seen. So it actually works. It works here. So parish num. So you ask me how much number of parish I want to put in. I tell you how much I want to put in. So the keyboard will get that for me. Parish num. All right. Well, thank you, parish num. So I'm going to do a right line because I was using right there. I don't want anything to come banging up my door later on, errors and all. So I'm done with that. I'm done with what the computer is saying. I've already put in my number. So I want to write, you have chosen to enter whatever number. I want the program to tell me what number I put in. I want it to tell me what number I put in. And so I'm going to say right line. And if you open this, I open this and say, remember a single quotation. I know I might have a lot of programmers here use double quotation a lot. So here we go. You have chosen to enter, and of course, this is called concatenation. I'm going to put a space in between this, and I'm going to use a comma to separate because I want to call a function. This is called function call. I want to concatenate the number. So I wanted to say I enter 5 number. How will it know 5? If I put 5 number here, if I put 5 parishes, I can put the ES, right? Parish ES parishes for the program. And then I end the quotation here and then do like this. This doesn't make sense because this is actually a statement being outputting to me. It is coming to me. And all I'm going to see, whatever, if a 5 or 6 or 10 I put in this number, I want it to give me the right number, what I put in here. What? This number? Yeah, this is number I want here. So what I'm going to do, this number that I want here, which is the parish number, I can just, I have an idea. I can end the line here, end the line right here, and then put a little comma there and paste it there and just put back the comma and let it continue. I can I need to put a comma. Boom, and then continue. And I don't need two. Don't need two. So let me see. Here, good. That's what I want. I want the program to say, you have chosen to enter whatever enter of parish num. It will not show the comma because the comma just separate that thing. And we'll continue the statement to say parishes. Oh my God, I don't know what is that taking place in my English. Parishes, yes, for the program. So if I put 1, it will say you have chosen to enter 1 parish for the program or 2 parishes for the program. And yeah, that's what I want. I want the program to do it for me. And that's what this does. It do a call, is by reference. It's a call by reference. So this is the reference. It just call it and put the number right here. That's the appropriate programming term for it. And now that I've ended with this line, I can do a right line. You notice how I love a right line, guys? Right line is very good for me. It breaks a lot of problems. So don't you dare try to go and just write, and don't have no space in a program. So now that I get that, I've learned now how to call by reference. And that's a requirement for CXC. So what I'm going to do now before I give you a 2-3 minutes break to take your eyes off the screen, I'm just gonna do the count. I'm gonna do the count for the parish number. And this is very important for you guys. You need to know how for loop work. So I'm going to do the for loop for that. Let's start it at least, so you guys can have an understanding of what it does. All right, so here we go. For is what always start a for loop. For whatever I want a count. I call it count, which is from 1 to 14, right? But I'm not going to say a limit. So I'm going to say for count is there. Did I put a count in the program? Okay, for count equal is equal to 1 to parish num, parish num. I wanted to do this, and it's going to loop so that's what it's going to do. It's going to take that. And remember that I tell you guys about the baby begin. And here is the baby begin. So baby begin, BEGIN, and this is the baby end. And I don't put a full stop there, so it's a baby boy. Good. Use right again. Please enter the name or parish number, whatever that was in the count. I want the number for parish number 1, or parish number 2, parish number 3, parish number 4. When I do the count, what will happen? I can link the array of the count with the parish. And this is very important. This does is to it is a prompt statement for the user to enter the parishes. They want to enter the parishes. This is a prompt statement. All right. So that is going to count the actual parish prompt you to enter it. Now what I want is for it to read what parish is being stored in that count number. What the count does is, for example, when I put Manchester, it goes in Manchester 1. When I put Clarendon, it goes into 2. So count is 2. But there's no name to hold the parish. So you have to go back in the parishes array to actually have that count being entered there. So we want to read the parish of that array, because I can put in 14 parishes in that array. I want to read number 1 array. I want to read for the parish. Number 2 array for the parish. Number 3 array for the parish. So if I enter for number 1 Manchester, number 1, the count for number 1 is Manchester. And it will keep the count for the number of parishes. So until you reach 14 to tell me that, hey, you max out, you can't go further than 14 because of 14 is the limit. Or whatever parish number you put there, or 1 or 2 or 3. So that's what this is going to do now. So how I'm going to read this is going to be a little different from how I can just bring down this small end boy down here. I don't really need him here. So let me just go back up now. So I'm going to actually do a read. I'm going to read line because remember here's a write. So here we go, read ln. Read ln. So here we go. Parishes, which is that, and what are array? And you can guess. For the count. This is how you know what parish will assign are in that array. So they accept the parish and place it in the array. That's what's going to happen. So Manchester number 1 is going to place it at number 1. Manchester and Clarendon number 2 is going to place at number 2. So it will actually count while the parish is being inputted. So let me just tell you what this do. It accept. And I'll just do a look right line. You guys know I like the right line. Good. Now I want for the program to enter the estimated value for the parish. We reach there now. We need a statement to say, hey, how much the value was. But when them say if it's spent, you gotta say 20,000, Oh, but also I need to know which position of that estimated count is going to be, because I just put a value there because maybe I've entered 3, doesn't know where to find which of the array to go into. I put parish Manchester and Clarendon. I can't just put estimated value like that. I must also tie it back to the array, and that is why we needed that estimated count array. So here we go now. We are going to do it for the these estimated value, and you guys can guess what this is. So we're gonna write and say, please enter estimated value for, and here is the trick. The trick, we don't know what is the name of the parish in that array. We cannot just say Manchester or Clarendon. We need the program to tell us what was inputted there. Previously, like how we do the parish name, we need to know the name of that parish or what is stored in that array. So what we're going to do, we're going to call it. So we are going to now put a comma like what we did, the concatenation. And we're going to call the parish. Where's parishes? Yes, parishes. And we're going to find the count for that. It will find it for you. You don't need to guess which one you put at number 5 or number 6. The program will do that for you. And of course, we want to say the dollar. When the dollar at the end, because the program is saying, please enter value for Manchester. And you have to put $100, but there must be a little dollar sign at the end. So we want to do that. So we're going to just put a little Z inside of this. I'm going to put a little colon. So after the value is there, and then you put a little dollar sign. So then the money is going to go to the left at this area. So you can put that in. And before I do the call it this parish count, give me a minute. So we're gonna go down. We already do this. Please enter name for this. This is similar to this. So this what we are going to do here is actually just get the amount on a read line. Read line. And you guys know the answer already. Just like this. We're going to read the estimated, and you know it. And just put in the count. Because we need estimated count for that as well. For each of the parishes that you put in. And this is going to be a repetition all over the program. So you guys can know how to know when you store a value in an array. The what I'm going to do now is to say you have entered any amount of money. Yeah, enter. Or whichever parish you did put. I don't know. So whatever you put in, the program is going to tell me that you have entered $20,000 for Manchester. But I cannot write that like that because I don't know what is actually there. So write line. So you have entered in the little dollar because the dollar sign is going to be say for example a little 20,000. I put the 20,000 there and show you for Manchester. This cannot be. This doesn't make sense. What if it is Clarendon? What if it's Clarendon? What if it's $100? What do I do? So this is where I want to know. I want to take this out and I want to say, find it for me. It's in the estimated count array. So that is going to give me, go back to put the comma, the little thing. So here's the little dash. I'm gonna close that right there. And I'm going to put the comma right here. I'm gonna put the little that right here. Good. So you have entered $1,000 for Manchester, but what if it is not Manchester? What if it's Clarendon? What if it's Clarendon? I want to know that it's Clarendon. I want to know. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna search for that myself. So I'm going to remove this, and of course, you guys catch the concept already. Sorry, outside of it, comma, and we are going to say the parish count. Look for the parish count. You can find it, the parish at the count level, whatever it is. Parishes. If you notice, parish, and when I open the array, it doesn't give me anything. Parishes still not giving me anything. I don't know what I'm going to count. All right. The art must sick. All right. So here we go now. So we wanted to know. Yes, and there it is. Count intelligence. Good. So it's gonna tell me now you have entered $20,000 for Manchester, and that's how you are to write your code. And of course, I'm gonna give you a right line right here and give you a little 2 minutes just to rest your eyes from the screen. So we come back at 11:23. So I'll be right here. Just any question at all you can ask. You guys can take a little water break, take your eyes off it for 3 minutes, and you can, in your groups, discuss and say, wow, this is really good. The task, CX is killing us or CX is being good to us. Take a little walk. Come back at 3 minutes.
So what time must come back?
I'm 25. Morning. Oh, at 12, you're early, man. All right, welcome back, guys. We'll continue. What we were doing just now was doing our loop, our counter. We want to be able to put in the parish, the estimate. We want to be able to put in the actual values. We want to be able to know at what point, based upon the array count, is keeping each of those values in their appropriate places, so the calculation can be done accordingly. Because remember, after the count, we want to do, for example, the actual cost minus the estimated cost. So if we cannot use that, we call it in programming language process. And if you do flow chart, you know what the process is. So we don't want to be able to not catch all these counts. So one is being minus from the one estimated over here. So the parish of one and the estimated cost of one must be minus from each other, and give me a value for the balance. So we are doing our loop, but the understanding behind it is because we cannot be able to do a calculation within an array that does not allow for the count to be in the appropriate. So we are actually doing that now. We are saying that parish one, which is Manchester, with a estimated balance of 200,000, must be minus from parish one, which is Manchester, of the value, the actual value, and give me the actual balance. That is the reason why we have to do it like this, in order to tie our code together. I know you will enjoy this code when it runs, but you have to do the work. The programmers always do the work. What I will also do, I will explain something whenever the program is, because there's a thing that when it comes on to real number, it causes the numbers to be so long. Like you have 6.4 and some TPT, whatever the end, 00x whatever the end. Contain that we might have to come back in the code. For example, the estimated value, and we'll have to put that position and that subjection. And we will do that with a simple function, which I could even put here for now, and then we can take it out. It means 0 to the left to 2 decimal place or 3 decimal place to the right. But I'm going to put it as 0 space as well as 0 decimal place. And that will contain those barrage of numbers in your program. And this only can work on variables of real. I couldn't put it on parish because parish is actually a string. So I have to put it on actual amount going to be real. So that is understandable, I guess. So we will come back with that that thing. So it cannot be on this, it must be on this. So we will put that in whenever the time is right. So let us continue. I right line already. My right line, what else? I want to say now, I have estimated, I want to say now, please enter the actual amount for Manchester. But we not want to say Manchester. You know the drill already. We're going to use a right in this one. We're going to say right, and then say here, please enter the actual amount. Because we already put in the estimated already. It's estimated amount. So with the actual one we want now. For we understand the drill. We know where to find Manchester. He's stored in this array up here. We know where you are, and we're coming for you, Manchester. You are in somewhere there, or Kingston. Here we go. So please enter the actual amount for, I think I missed out the for Blarney and Montego Bay for and we just need to close this the space and a dollar sign so we can put the money over that side. Or we can close this line. Close this line, and of course it from I'm explaining all my codes just for you guys. I know you guys can write your own statement, but I'm gonna allow you to. Prompt for is a prompt statement for amount for the parish, whatever parish. My God, really? I'm writing and nothing is coming up. Statement for the actual amount that's it over there. So please enter the actual amount for St. Elizabeth and you put that over there. It will find it. Good. So with that being said, we can actually go ahead now and we can do our difference. Now the diff count, the difference cannot be difference is equal to estimate minus actual. You can do that first, you know. What you can do, for example, we know, you and I know that the difference, you and I know that we can do a process right here. We can call it diff because we did define diff. Diff is equal to the estimated minus actual and actual, right? We know that. We know that, but that doesn't help us because estimated is in an array, actual is in an array, and the diff is also in an array because this is within the for loop. And if it is that you're going to say estimated and actual, the program will confuse. They don't know where to go to find that estimated value or the actual value or the diff. So what you need to do is to make sure that that thing that ties them together, which is the count, you will have to put that in. You will have to put that in. And you will have to do it for all of them. Where's my intelligence? I don't understand where my intelligence. I don't know why my intelligence is not coming up. So you also will have to put it over here. So what is really taking place now is that the diff for whatever you put in the second position, third position for the parish, whatever it is, it will actually be minus at the appropriate time based upon the loop. So when the loop run the first time, it will know that that is stored in 1. Second time, stored in 2. Third time, stored in 3. This is very important for the C6 students. And this is a function that you will have to use. I don't think you can go around array. You cannot go around array. So you have to understand it. So the count, really and truly, you have already said, hey, enter the parish number where you want to for the program, right? And you wanna say now, hey, what you're going to enter the parish number 2. So you wanna see for the 2 parish number where you do more. I want you to really and truly store them as you go along the line in a particular row or a number or array, right? So the first row, which is going to be held by the count, because you know say at the first one enter. So because I put 2 here, it will run 2 times. So I'm gonna say, right, enter the parish. The first parish is Kingston. And then when you put in Kingston, I'll score in a 1, right? The second parish I will run again, it will be Clarendon. And that was store in the count. So you know say Clarendon a 2 and you know say Kingston a 1. Then you will say enter the estimated value for the first one, at the first time this a run. So you read and truly it will say, okay, for Kingston, okay, boom. Alright, then for Clarendon, boom. It will run 1 time, but me give you the understanding. Then it will allow you to actually do a calculation. It will tell you to. So you have entered $200 for Kingston and $100 for Clarendon. Then they will tell us, please enter the actual amount for parish. What was the actual figure? It was actual 50 million based upon the document. But 30 million then gone and 20 million then gone. So you have to know the actual cost. And the actual cost, I want to know the estimate where you plan to spend. Now that we know them, I want the difference of them in order to tell me what is going to be the balance. And here's where we are. I hope all of you understand that it is necessary, it is very, very important for you C6 students to know that. And if you master that, there's no way you can go into that exam room and don't mash it up, in other words. We're going to say, if, all right, what we're going to do now, we want to know, see if the estimated value is greater than the actual amount, we want it to tell us that it's a surplus. Remember that we say we want a surplus, we want a deficit, and we want a break even. 3 of them we say, oh. Now, could you send this recording to me? Okay. And when I get the recording, guys, I think DEU always send recordings back. It will be, the school will be able to give it to you with a certificate. So you don't have to worry, the recording will be there for your learning purpose. It's going to be a whole day recording, so you don't have to worry. We break at 12 o'clock for lunch. We get back here at 1. So you don't have to worry. So all day we'll be here. And based upon how sweet the code is, we might even go beyond 3:30. If you guys tell me, I will do it for you. I've already passed C6, so if you guys feel in mind, hey Jerome, what shows this and that, I can. So, but we are sticking to SBA only. We're not trying to do a simple array. No, we're doing SBAs only. All right, so I got the text. So yes, you will get the recording with your certificate. The school will decide how they distribute. Good. So I want program to say, you see, if you're greater than, if you see the estimated value, I estimate for to spend $50 million, but the actual value is 30 million. That's a surplus. But if it's less than the actual value, more it to be a deficit. And if it equal to it, more to tell me say, hey, break even. I need that to be said. And I think we're going to accomplish that in quite a short while. We're going to finish this program to start another one for the next session. So, and I'm not rushing anything. So, and I'm trying to explain everything. So even when you get the recording, you can know how everything was unfolded. So first thing first, as I said, we want that that thing to be explained when it comes down to the difference. So now that I'm here, I want to be able to know the estimated value is not greater than, or even if it's greater than, just give me the appropriate thing. I want it to tell me. I want it to put the status at the appropriate place. And once you talk about place, and once you talk about array, you have to carry the loop right with your throat. It's like you're writing the code, but you just have an extra. You must carry the count. It must. Count over there everywhere because you're using an array. But even though you could write and say if estimate is greater than actual, then when you're going to finish, you go back and put count on the estimate and count on the actual. You have to just remember to keep the loop. And this is one of the errors that you guys tend to get so often. So I'm gonna say if estimated, and of course you guys know that the count is a must. Count. Let me tell you something that right now. Count is greater. If it's greater, you know the greater is always the open side is always greater. The little point is always the lesser side. If it's less than actual in that array, what keeps the array is really the count, or in that loop, right? So in that loop, but the loop state the array stay together because of the loop, and because the loop know exactly where it is being placed. Once you call the loop, the array automatically will be reached at the appropriate position. So if the estimate at the count q is greater than the actual count, what do I say I wanted to say? Then up at top is wrong. Is wrong. What is that? That is my minus. Oh, my eyes are seeing doubles. Look like equal. Why look like equal like that? Is it my eyes? Well, let me just put it back. Take away. It look like equal a while ago. It look like equal. Wasn't my eyes at all. All right. So, if estimate within that loop at the position loop at Manchester is greater than the actual area at Manchester, then begin the little boy. Begin. Always put the begin. Nobody say that equal that. Put your begin. Put your begin. You could go ahead and you could say, yeah, you could say status count because we are keep the status count, and then you will say equal to and it's a string deficit. This is the mistake you guys are. Oops, am I so far with this? Equal to deficit. This is a mistake you guys always make. This mistake is what you guys always make. You say, if it that equal to that, then do that. No. You need to put it in one little begin and put it at one little end. You need that. Need that when you're doing conditions like this. Put it inside. So if the estimate is greater than the status equal to, and it's not deficit, is really surplus. Estimated greater than actual. This should be surplus, I think. So yeah, man, surplus. So allow it to do just that. And then now you can come with the else. But don't forget about it. And when I use when I use else, when I use else, if you are going to, well, let me not go there. That is not necessary in this case. I'll show you in another program. Estimate is the count. Same thing I'm doing. I could even copy if I want. I could actually copy the code if I want, and then it said is equal. So if estimate not is equal, if estimate is greater, what did I say again? Is less than, else, because they already say if it that, else if it that. So we're gonna say if less than the actual, and of course count, then begin. Begin what? Tell me say the status at wherever level E is, or wherever Q in. Tell me say E is equal to deficit. All right, there is something now. Like where is the end? Into my end? End. I want, you call it now. I need this deficit count because the program asks that it need to know how much. Once you go, once we are at a deficit, we need to know that we are at a deficit. How do we do that? We have a array. That's why we did declare, just to show you. I could do for surplus as well, but I just want to do for deficit. Deficit count. This deficit count, I want to be able to allow this deficit count to keep tell me. So may have 10 deficit or 40 deficit. So what I wanted to do, I need that deficit count here to actually work condition. So it's gonna be equal to itself plus 1. So it's gonna keep counting. Each time we get a deficit, it will count and say that 1 deficit, 2 deficit, 3 deficit. So out of the 5 parishes, we have 5 deficit. I want to know that. And that is how you do that. That is how you do it. And if I want to track the surplus, I could do it about surplus. If I wanted to show me the surplus equal to 10 surplus, whatever you need, but I need to pay attention to the deficit because that is most important. That's the red. So you can do that. And I put this here so you can have an appreciation that it's no hard thing to really find if it is that you're within a loop. That's what the deficit count really does. So we'll take advantage of that. And we're not done as yet, so we're going to say else. And here what now? Once we reach the end, I'm an array. I don't need to say if again. I don't have to say if. Once you're going through with your if statement in C, in Pascal, in C is totally different. Yeah, in the line, whatever. But you see the fact that it is the last one that out of the condition, I can just go ahead and just say, hey, status, without having to put it in no begin. I can just say status count. That is really the end of it is equal to. You can just say break even. Break even. I can do that, and I can get away with that all cost. I can get away with that at all cost. Let me just bring this up. Control. Oops. Control Y. Delete. All right, and that is there. I'm going to also, what you call it now? I'm going to do a clear screen and then write the result. That's all I have to do. And this is very important. I want to, because we have done all of the fandangles, I think we have completed the taking the estimation, taking the actual. Then what did I do? I the deficit, the break even. I got that. Now I want to display in a row format. And that's why I declare row at the top to use the go to and the reason I use CRT is to use the go to XY. We're going to use the go to XY, which is actually a label go to. So it actually allows us to go at a particular area in a particular row. So it's like if it's 100 points in that line, I can tell the cursor to go to the 50 point, which is the middle, and put a figure there. So that's what the go to XY does. It is a length, you know, the X, the L shape thing when they're doing X and Y in maths. They have the X axis and the Y axis. So you can actually tell the program to put your cursor at this location in this row, or I can be able to put some information there. And we are going to express how that is done. Let me see if I'm going to get any error here. See, I'm going to get any error here. Yes, you'll get some error. Legal expression expected this, but identifier with and 35, 12. Okay, you see that? That's an error. That's an error. So we need to take this out and just put that little thing there and go to the end of it also and put a little thing there. And that is why I could get maybe my thing. Okay, let's run again. All right, so let me see this now. Right, LM. So this is identify not found. So this is at line 40. So we can, sometimes you don't have so many errors, but because the one above mess up, things take place. So this line 63 and line 40, we need to take a look at that. We're not done as yet. Right, line 40. Line 40, LM. So this should be LN. At line 40, at line 63, it needs a semicolon here. Errors make your program work best. I love errors. Errors allow you to feel like you're doing some work. And you have 42, 15. So 42, 15. 42, 15, 42. 4. 42, 15. Parish num. Not so far parish num. For the error do I? All right, I'm gonna finish and come back at this area. See those errors that I have. I see those errors that I have. So let me just continue finish at the finishing line. And I think I should get some errors because I'm not yet through. So let me just look at that. So you have don't think I don't think count was declared. Let me check. Why so much count? I don't think count was declared. Okay. So we can put count as an integer. So let us put count inside. I don't think count was declared, and it was not declared, I think. I am seeing so much count, 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 count. Let us look again. Right. So warning, verb actual does not seem to be identified at 53. 53. Let's look at 53. 53. Actual is not identified. I don't understand why my actual is not identified because I've been using it right throughout. ACTUAL is actual. I'm having a count right here. So this is saying 53 saying diff count is equal to that count minus actual. I don't think. All right, let me put a right line between this because this is very funny. Let me just put a right line between it because those solve a lot of problems. See? Usually one in variable actual does not seem to be initialized. Oh, so my variable is not initialized. Okay, I see those problems are very I don't think I need to initialize count really. I'm gonna initialize count 68. So 53 and 39. 68 at 8 position. 8. Because I'm not completed as it. All right. All right, so let me just put an end to that. I don't know why my actual is not. I don't comfortable with that error. So actual, don't know why this would be. Let me go and look at actual, if it's spelled correct. Actual, there it is. Actual is spelled correct. Debug after. So the fact that I'm not yet at the end of where I want to be, let me just don't think I want to. I'll do that. So I won't end at it. Here I'm going to end my else and B end semicolon. End that semicolon there. Just run again. Program run, but it still give me variable actual. Does not seem to be initialized, which I don't think. Diff is assigned but never ever used. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Of course I use it. File count is assigned, I'm gonna do that, and the row not used. I'm gonna do that. The code actually starts to run down here. Let me just put errors so you can throw some errors. Come on. Right. When that, I'll go back through that. All right, first we want to clear the screen. CLR, you need to learn this capital C and No really capital C, it can be anything. CL clear, CLR, and screen is SCR. This is not C, we use system CLS. So this is clear screen. And then I can use a right line for that to give me a new screen. And then I'm going to just create this output, really. I'm still not comfortable with my arrows above, but I'll work on that. Right. We're going to do right line. We can say here is going to be parish. So parish is going to be there. And I'm going to tab out because I want it to be parish, then estimated, then actual amount, then status and difference. And I will say estimated amount. I think one tab could do like actual amount. And I think I just need to bring it a little bit more. Estimated amount, actual amount, and then in status. And amount different. I'm about to write about that. And close this line. So I want to be able to put these things out. So I'm going to do the right line. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So remember that I defined row at the top. So now I'm going to initialize row. Row is equal to 5. Very good. Semicolon. Remember that I defined it up at the top here. Row, this row. That was why it was actually defined. I'm gonna fix the actual row how it should unfold. You can see how that with the while and everything. So this row now. So now we are going to use to say while the while count is less than equal to the less or equal to the parish number, we want them to fix up the points. Because while you're still inputting numbers, while the program run, in other words, I want at the end of it, it is actually displayed the particular amount, estimated value, and all of that. So the trick is we're going to allow it to happen while the while count is less than equal, which it is going to be less than equal when you finish, to the parish number. So for example, the while count is 5 and the parish num is 10. It means that it have completed its course. So therefore I need to see something. So I wanted to do this while that is that. So the moment it is 1 over, I need to do that display. And we are going to fix the lines using goto. So for the rows to adjust under these column headings. So the column heading is parish, estimated amount, actual amount, status, amount, different. 5 rows. And all we're saying is to actually put parishes within the count, based upon the count when it's going to count under parish, under row 1. And under row 2, I'm going to put a length about 24. So 24 points. So that's like, for example, 1, right? Like here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 24. Well, 24 is right here. So below here, it would show the estimated value. So these are actually points that you can really prove and you can play around with. I want to put the cursor there and then put the value there. So this is how you actually do that. And that's why the go to x, go to xy is a CRT function. It's built in, or you can always use it. Always row one, always that one. So where parish is, I want this to be there. ROW. So where parish is, which is the first character area inside. So the character area is right here. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 20. Because I even put the other row at 20. I wanted to start with parish. So when I have for row 1, I wanted to write. I want them to put the parishes based upon the array and the count. Parishes. The array is going to take the count. It has been doing this all along. So those displays I wanted to display under the appropriate heading in a column format. To do this design, if CXC give you a receipt and say design it in this area, shape and everything, this is how you do it. I wanted to actually parishes, not the count. I wanted to focus on the while count. So I'm going to actually create a while count right here. I'm going to say while count is less than equal to parish num. Parish num. I want them to do this. And then I want them to begin. That is very important. Then I say begin now. I can use the while count, not the count for that. So the while count will be running each time the code runs at this area. Once it's less than that. So this is going to give me that at the first area. So the balance is going to come right here. The name of the person is going to come right here, number 1 column. And for I want the cursor now to go to XY. I want the cursor to go to XY at about 20 position, at about 20 position, cursor over to about 20 about some here. So within that particular row, I want it to go about 20. And when they go 20, I want to write this there. I want to write I was gonna say $sign. Oops. I'm gonna say $sign. $sign. So the money is going to go there. And I'm going to put the money there. So the money is going to be the actual with the while count. It's gonna be while count. So it's gonna find it. Time it run. This is money. I want it to 2 decimal place. So it's gonna be 2 by 2. This only means 2 to the left. So it stay 2. It jump over by 2. Like it's like a Microsoft Word document where you put space. You press space 2 times. So in this case, we wanted to backspace 2 times out of the 20 position. 20 positions that are comma 80. In other words, that will stay more to the left at 2 position. And the other one on the right is the position after the point, which is a decimal point. This is 2 decimal point. So I want it to be at decimal point because we're working with figures right there. And I will move it at a particular point when the code is being run so you can see how it looks rubbishy when that happens. That is it for that. Then we want to also go to, that was the estimated, right? So that was the actual. But it was estimated. Okay, this is estimated. So we did estimated before actual. So it's parish, which is this row 1 parish while count. Then it should be estimated. So what I'll do, I'll just do the estimated one now. That's important because we are putting values below, and we can't say 20 for this. This is going to be something like 40. So we're going to do the second one, which is this one. All we will need to do, is to actually copy this same thing. You can copy the same thing here, and you can put it right here and change this from actual to estimated. And the estimated use tooth as well. So you can just go down and say right line. No, we don't need any right line. Just put O2 for the other one. O2 XY and just put in the same thing I got up there. We're gonna put it 40 now. 40 and then 40 within that row. So the cursor move 40 per position over here. I'm guessing now, I'm not counting. 40 position over here, and then put this there, the actual. And then it can go down and then go to again, and we can count by 20. Go to again, the cursor is going to now move up to the 60 position. Go to 60 position in that row, and I hope you catch the concept. Not full stop, comma, in that row, and it's going to place the actual, this is what, actual already, status. So we put the status there. We find the status, then we can do go to again. Control C, put go to. We can change the figure from 60 to about 80. And we can say within that row, if it's too wide, we can bring them in. And then in that, we are going to actually put the diff. We can paste that and then put the diff right here. The difference within the while count loop. While the programmer do all of that, the while counter do all of this for us. And then now, at the end of this, it have to keep it looping. How do we keep it to loop? And we want the row to keep going up as well. So it want to move up. We want more on the row continue counting as well as the counter continue counting. So when you reach to the end of this, this is how go to work and the while loop. Once you use a while loop, you want to keep a while counter. So you have the while count, right? While count is going to is equal to the while count plus 1, just like how we always do that. Plus 1. There's a function, I don't know if it works here. It is plus, for example, plus equal 1, where you don't use any equal. So while count plus, there you go, plus, oops, plus, plus equal 1. We use that in C. It doesn't work in this. I don't think it works. I'll try some other time. I'm not going to try it now, for that we have errors on the screen. So it's equal to while count plus 1. Plus 1. So the plus equal, I don't know if it works in this, but I will use that in C and C++. Then we can say the row, we want the row to keep moving too. We don't want to stay in row 1 all the time. Move to row 1, row 2. We must keep counting. So this is for the first row. This is for the first row. Then the second row, you must come here. So third row, but these must stay at the same position. So we need each row to have its own count. So the row must also equal to the row plus 1. That is very important. And when you have that rolling out, we don't see how it looks as yet. So we can't really tell how that is going to unfold. But when that is done, we want to be able, we're not finished as it. And all we need now is just have a right line to say that there were that amount of deficit. I want to know how much amount of the deficit. That's why we did the thing the last time. So we want to take a right line. And the right line must really tell me, say, boom, give me another right line. Always do this. Always put 2 right lines, less error. Trust me. Then I'm gonna say right now, right line, and I'm gonna say, what do I want to say again? I want to say there, where, and you can tell you, the program is supposed to tell you. Am I in comment? There, where, and this can tell me. Based upon the def count, it must tell me the difference count that we look at. It must tell me how much deficit we have. Parish is, it was, there were 5 parishes with a deficit amount. 5 parishes with a deficit amount. This is very important. 5 parishes with a deficit amount. We can put another right line and end. Make sure you love your right line. And we can do another right line just to top it off. Right line. And in this right line, we always gonna say, something like a star. We always do this. And star and thing, and just say, thanks for, I don't use thank. Thank you for using my software. It's not really my software. Use this software. Ours. And then we can put some more star, we fancy like that. We just star, put some more star and make it thing nice up and thing. Like that. And this should bring the program to an end. It should bring the program, but we are going to go to our favorite friend now. Our favorite friend is errors. That's what makes you a better programmer. I notice here already there's an error. There, boom. The color code can help you. You can look through your code to see if you see any error before you even run it. Sometimes we using CRT, I've already passed that. It was asking me to initialize count. I don't normally initialize my count, but I don't think it's here for my count. But I did initialize the different count. Maybe I could do that as well. Got this right line back. Right line. So this is the program. These are my right lines. Everything was okay with this when we first run that program. And you're choosing to enter parish num, which is this parish num right there. Right line. Good. For count is equal to 1. This is really initializing count to equal to 1. Because by default, whenever you start a for count, it automatically initializes itself to the value. That is the reason why I was wondering why that error up at the top. But it doesn't here or there right now. I'm gonna run it again to see what we can do about it. And so once it is equal to that begin parish num, let me highlight it, yeah, parish num correct. the shadow come over it. Begin. So please enter please enter a parish. Please enter a name for the parish, whatever the count is. See how that look. Read the parish. Parish is already count. Another new line. Please enter estimated value for parish, whatever it is. Please enter into VTDI. I think that's all right. And we read the estimated count and moment. Parish count. Name is Smith kinda. All right, so please enter estimated value for parish count. Put a dollar sign there in line 49. Please enter 48. Accept the statement. So I think that's all right with that. Yeah, I think that's all right. With an estimated count, we need to put a little thing. We haven't tested as yet. This we haven't tested. We're gonna condense it. I wanted to see the error before. Condense it. That's it for that. We can continue up. So we can say, please enter actual file estimated. Please enter actual amount for parish. We are just doing a brainstorm, guys. We are looking. If you see any error at all, make sure you point it out to me because I'm looking for errors before I run the program. We can run the program, but I want to see if we could use our eyes to identify those errors automatically without having to go through too much. So we have our parishes count. And I think here, so please enter actual, please enter actual parish count. Okay, we have not even taken this. So please enter, but we haven't entered it. We didn't enter it. So please enter actual amount for our parish. We need to enter the amount for our parish. So we need a read line right here. Maybe that is where it was taking us. Open your eyes, guys. Read line. And we're gonna put our actual. Maybe that's what it was asking for. Or actual, and then you can find out the actual count. I think this is what it was asking for. It's good to read through your code with the natural eyes to see if you see anything. Because once it asks for an give you an output, you must take an input. So this is the output, this is the input. That's what I was looking for. Output, input. And this is our output. You enter, or this output is really an explanation. Output, right, enter. I just say enter. You know that you expect some form of input. Right? I think that should fix that. We can continue down. Or we do a process. The process is that this is the difference. It must be equal to the estimated minus the actual. We know that the count position for each parish that we enter. So if the estimated is greater, we want to say surplus. If it's less, we want to say deficit. We're gonna keep account for deficit because I want the program at the end to show us the deficit. And you can go ahead and do the surplus as well. Quite easy once you catch that. And then we end that. But we know that beginning and end is in our ifs, as long as it's more than one if. If, then we don't have to use another if, because there's a tree statement if you're gonna do 4, you have to put a begin and end again, begin and end until you reach the last one. You just say else. You don't even need a begin or end. You just go ahead and break that. The clear screen right here. This is a clear screen that we did right there. Once I clear the screen, if you don't know that this is clear screen, I can just put it right here for you and just know that this is a clear screen. Just clear screen. I clear the screen. And when I clear the screen, I write back to the screen this heading, this column heading. After I write back that column heading to the screen, I just simply say tally my rows. I want you to know that I'm dealing with 5 rows now. So I have 1 row, 2 row, 3 column. No, not row, column. But this is gonna be rows, 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 rows. Right? But what I'm doing, I'm turning the row vertically. It's gonna be from downward, like the answer normally go like this vertically. It will be parish estimated amount, actual amount. It will come down like this. So what I do, I spread it out like this and use the cursor to actually use the go to XY to put the values beneath it. So it's a way to organize your rows. So this row is actually this the trick to the thing. While count is less than parish number. Remember that the first thing the program asks for is the amount of parishes we're going to enter, and we say 2. So if it is that the while count is less than this, we want these to display. It's automatically going to display because the while count will actually be less. Right? We finish. I hope I can look into that. That's a very good stunt, and I could change how that language is. I could say while I could put it in a number and say while the number equal to 2, show this. I don't want to use that. I want to be able for you to understand that while this counter down at the bottom is less than what I put in, this much show. That's a way to make a program really nice. All right, so now that we have that, we do our go to X and Y. No errors, I don't think any errors in this. Go to X and Y, I mean at 1. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 20, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I think I need more. 20, or I can bring back this sticker some more. 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 40, that's all right. I don't want to 44. I think it's up. If it's too wide, we bring back that in. So what you do is to send the cursor each time from 1 to the 20 position to the 40 position and place these values beneath them each time the loop runs. So each time you do a count and the count, and you put in the name, you put in the name, you put in the name, and the count now run again, and you only say 2 and the count run 3 times, it automatically knows the program end because there's nothing else to really capture. I want this to display. Let us run it and see the errors or the solution. We still have expected, it said expected row, this is 76. 26. We can look at 76. There's an error right there where we don't have any line right there, right? So we can run again, run the program again. There's another one here at 77. 77. I love errors. 77. Why would that? Why would this be at 77? Why that equal to that? 2. Yeah, I don't need nothing here. While that equal to is equal to that. Do that. That's what I want. Let me run this again. I don't get why that error will come. Expected. This is something illegal. This expected, but let's really look at this again. After we clear our screen, picking. Okay, while is not while count. So we need to say while count is less than. Oh my God, that was so tricky. I was saying while count is less than equal to parish number, but it's while the while count because the while count is actually a function that we define up here. So the while did not, see, there it is. Oh my God, that was a good trick. Catch me, but it didn't catch me. Again. Have another error. Where is that error now? There was one error compiling. Illegal use of line 88, 88, 88, 88. You're saying that this is illegal? I don't think it's illegal. This is right. Status. This is 88, right? While status and oh, it's status. Okay, status. Status cannot carry because status I believe is a string. Status cannot carry this because status is a string. So what else is a string? Let me run again and see how that is. Parish cannot carry because it's a string. Let's run again. We have reached wherever we wanted to go. So here is where we are now. We have troubleshooted all the errors. So you are using the Jamaica 50 celebration software. Here we go now. We are going to do our test. Enter the number of parishes you want to process. I'm going to say 2. Enter. You have chosen to enter 2 parishes. You notice it kind of jumbled. We can do that space for the program. Please enter the name for the parish 1. You notice for the parish 1. It is a little trick. The 1 is what keep count. So here we go. Jerome. Enter the name. Please enter the name. Jerome Jones. Please enter estimated value for Jerome Jones. You see that? So what happened now? 1 is now occupying. Jerome Jones is now stored at 1 location. So please enter estimated value for Jerome Jones. I think estimated value is 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 20 million. Look at that. You have entered 2 for Jerome Jones. We will fix that. I'll show you how to fix that. All right. Please enter the actual amount for Jerome Jones. What is the actual amount? The actual amount is 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 50 million. Please enter the actual amount for Jerome Jones. 50 million is there. Please enter the name for the parish 2. See number 2 coming? Did I put a parish for number 1? Please enter. You have chosen. I don't see parish number 1. Please enter. I don't understand that. Please enter the name for parish number 2. I didn't put in a parish number 1. We need to go back to that. Please enter estimated value for. Hold on. This is Jerome Jones. Please enter the name of the parish. I name myself Jerome Jones, the parish. My God, that's so brilliant. Please enter estimated value for Manchester. Manchester value now, give them 100,000. So you have entered 1. See that? Those gibberish for Manchester. Please enter the actual amount for Manchester. 100,000. So the actual amount is 123,000. Now, this is what we were doing a while ago. And where you have parish, notice the difference of what I've jumped down. So we have parish estimated amount, actual amount, status, and we use the go-to to put these in place. So the first row, which is row 1 would have Jerome Jones for the first parish, then 20 million, then 50 million was the thing. So there's a deficit. That's one deficit. And see, it tells you that there was one deficit down at the bottom. And Manchester, whatever it is, so 100,000, it break even. And we could do a surplus as well. There were one parish with a deficit amount. That's brilliant. So let's go and fix what we saw that needed to be fixed. Where did we go wrong again? I think it was the estimated cost right here. We wanted to put some 0 here, 0 position to the 0 decimal place. What else did we have problem with? Why didn't I not take note? We know that the estimated value. What about the actual value? Where's the actual value? Well, where's actual value? The parish estimated count with the actual count. So we could put this parish, this string is I don't understand. That there I think I do a little mistake somewhere here because I'm having if I have the please enter the actual amount for the parish, whatever parish it is, and then take the actual parish. I think that's all right. I think that's all right. I don't think anything needed because we actually took the. All right, let us see. I think that should be it. Let us try. I'm gonna just do 1 just to get this up. 1, and I want to choose Kingston. Please enter estimated value for Kingston. $10. You have entered $10 for Kingston. Okay, that's one of the error too. We need some space between the explanation. You have entered 10. Need a little space. Please enter the actual amount for Kingston. And the actual amount is $5. We spend $5 out of the 10,000 we get. So that's a surplus. We have a surplus of $5. And there's the 2, that's the decimal place. Decimal place, the estimated all. So we get that, and we needed to space between there. There were 0 parishes with a deficit. We needed to space in there. We need to bring back the amount deficit out some more. and allow the surplus to come more or less. The surplus is too far over. So we want the go-to to come back out a little bit out here. So maybe this can come back a little bit out here. So the amount can give us a little tab back out this side because it's spill over to down here. I don't think 6 will penalize you, but I'm not sure. So rather you fix the thing good and done, understand how it works. It's best. What I would do, I would maybe, you guys, I hope you remember what I am to do, you know. All right, so first thing first, there were 0 parishes, so there is a space with a deficit amount. I remember that. There's also another one before we go anywhere else. Please enter, you have entered that for like a far right here near like a space for the parish. I remember that. Here we were saying that we can bring back this out some more. Bring back this out at least there. Put this status at least here. I think that's one. The status was over a little too much. So we think the row for, so for the, this is for the parish. You know that this is for the parish. Put the go to, say go to here, so put it there. They cannot be the parish for the number. They say go to number 1.1 here, so, and put value for this while it counts. And then you go to row 20. I think it row 1, yes, but 20 points, it was too far. So we think we could use 15 here. Estimated thing was so far as well, so we think we could use 25. This we could use 40 or 35. We can play around with that. 80 was too much, so we could use 50. Not sure, we're playing around. So we can run this and see how that looks again. This time I think we can go perfect. We can do 3, so we can see a deficit, a surplus, and whatever. Please enter the name for the parish. So St. Andrew. St. Angela Kingston. Which parish may use? St. Elizabeth? St. Elizabeth. Please enter the value for St. Elizabeth. We're gonna put 2 million. Big numbers. Last server connection. Oops, connection server lost. My God. Let me copy this code, guys. Control C. And just run this thing again. Reload. And just Pascal and paste. Control A, Control V. And bring back this maximize. Here we go. We're gonna say 3. Please enter number for the part. Sent is made it 2 million. How much? 20 million. 2 million. Estimated. Please enter the actual amount. We actually spend 1 million. So please enter the name for the second parish. Trelawney. Value for Trelawney is 5 million. 500,000. And the actual amount that Trelawney spent is 100,000. No, is 1,800,000. And for 3, which I'm going to allow Portland, will break even. So I'm gonna put add 50, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 50 million, 5 million there. 5 million. 5 million. Good. So look at that. It is jumbled. It is not correct. Oh my God. It's all I can do. What I can do, can bring back the headings and just fix it. It's not so correct. But I know you guys get the gist. You can bring back the heading a little, but I'll short the actual thing. And that's it for the first session of your SBA. You have completed an SBA from start to finish. I still want to fix it. I don't like when my thing is not fixed. Let me just put back this right where it must. I don't like those things. Like this. Parish is alright. This was alright. But this was not so alright. Let's bring back this some more. I think that would fix it. Because I do one. So guys, that's it for the first session. Any question, any comment? I think you guys have learned a lot from this. That's what I believe. Based upon your requirement. And I'm trying to make sure that you guys get the best, most out of it. Oh no. Go want to go back. It's so perfect, just why I want. Any question, comments? Guys, it's the floor. You're on the floor now.
Well, good afternoon, sir. You hear me?
Good afternoon. How you doing?
But, sir, I came here early because the Easter was over now. So I joined like after 11 or to 12 rather. So I missed out on a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay.
So
Okay, so
about
okay, I'm late. So you never get much of the pie, but based upon what I saw.
you done?
You came late, but what's your comment based upon what you saw so far? No, you don't have to worry. You have another session, as well as you have tomorrow, as well as um based upon how we progress and the needs and the demand, will give you the ample time to even give you more dates. So based upon what you saw, what's your comment? What's your query? Or yeah, you see anything that not so used to, or what you used to, or what you would like to know more on based upon this presentation?
Well, I'm not used to Pascal overall, I must say. But I think I could catch on. I think I could catch on. But
Mm-hmm.
yes, sir. Can I ask which IDE this is?
I'm not here now. Go again.
I'm asking you which software are you using, like.
Oh, I am using the actual web online GDB that you see up at the top of here.
I
So I'm using straight web, so I'm not pressuring my PC. And before I started, I gave some recommendations. And the reason why I don't use compilers in Windows is because no development has been done for our continual development has not been done for Pascal. But when you go web, where persons have a need for it, more fixes are there. For example, one of the errors that you get, which is the right line error, I haven't experienced it with the actual we call it GDB online. So it kind of really helped.
Familiar with are you familiar with
Lazarus?
REPL? I repeat.
You have to speak a little louder, not hearing your talk.
Yes, sir. I'm asking you if you're familiar with REPL. That's it.
REPL?
Yes, sir.
No, I'm not familiar with REPL. I'm only familiar with when it comes down to Pascal, Turbo, Turbo with DAX, Lazarus. You have tutorial point Pascal compiler as well as the online GDB when it comes down to Pascal. Those are my familiarities.
Oh, okay, sir.
Yes. Yeah. But all of them it should work. This code should work inside of any thing that you're really running. But there are some errors that I experience with most of the Windows version Pascal. I would not use them for this presentation because of that.
Yes, sir. I understand. I understand.
Yeah. But you guys are way to go. So this is it for the first session. We'll be taking a break at 1 because we wanted to take it at 12, but it couldn't reach. So you guys, we can do a simple, and none of my programs are simple because they are really SBA, complete SBAs. What SBA are you doing now? What SBA school do you know?
Well,
You don't know?
I don't do SBAs.
Oh, you don't do SBAs. So for the CSEC persons who have an SBA to do, or who is doing SBA now, you have CSEC doing SBA now, or you should have already completed that. I don't know that VTDI care about you guys and the Pascal and the SBAs and the exam. Hence why they reach out so much for you guys. I'm not aware of the protocols with CSEC and stuff, but they are fully aware. Hence why they wanted you guys to learn this. I was just asking what is the requirement? No. Then SBA, a name of a SBA, what is the SBA all about? The current one.
Sir, I'm a CAPE student,
Oh, you're a CAPE student.
sir.
Okay, great. This is going to help you a lot. And when you leave sixth form, you're going to need to know like this. Where are the C6 students who's going to do CXC? I don't hear any of them.
Sir here.
Yes.
I'm doing TikTok.
How is this helping you? You're catching on?
Yes, sir, I'm working.
And you were writing along the code or you were just looking?
A screenshot someone I wrote.
Oh, smart girl, smart. Not a problem. It's good to practice because practice becomes perfect and you need to get some errors. You need to see the error taking place and get confused and then go back to your code. But I'm like, when my program is kind of perfect, it's like this. You don't want to like a space, I kind of like these things. So that's the estimate still, even though I finish the code, I like when it look really nice. You guys, I hope that this really help you. Does it better prepare you for CXC? Any question with the code where you didn't understand? Any question at all? So you're clear? No issues. That is really good. I'm proud of myself, man. I was clear as crystal or clear as mud. Yes, yeah, that's it. At least a bit better. That's it. So that's it. See, I finished on time, 2 minutes to 1. So I finished on time. Guys, we are gonna take an hour break and come back to another SBA. This SBA is going to be maybe I will not even do a SBA. What I'm going to do a police software that will ticket you and give you the relevant ticket. When we come back at 2 o'clock. So at 2 o'clock we create a program, and tomorrow we continue another SBA, because if I start another SBA, it will not complete now, because it takes time to explain all of that. So what I will do, I will do a program, police ticketing program that will ticket you for seatbelt, run a red light, drive too fast, or some stuff. We can do that as we go along. I will allow that program actually record your points. If a points is greater than particular amount, we lock you up. It's in our another area. We can say between if you're greater than 90. Or if you're less than 90, we give you 2 years. If you're less than 90 but greater than 10, we give you 1 year. Stuff like that. Or suspend your license. So we are going to do that in the next session. Thank you guys for coming. And I look to see you guys at 2 o'clock after the 1 hour break. It's now 1 o'clock and we are on time. And so you can rejoin at welcome back. So the session continues after lunch on 1 hour lunch. To protect you guys from losing all your data, all those things. All right. So with this program, our intention is to create this ticketing system and to make more motorists of all kind, reckless drivers, all side the sort of person, allow them to actually get some suspension, some 2-year suspension if greater than 19. If greater than 19, we can arrest them. If 19 and down to 14, 2 year. If less than that, 1 year. So we're gonna be that as we go along, so we can actually give you guys a free flow of how the program is going to work. So we will give them some sentence. I'll just build in the print screen with the list of the offenses, which I'll put on the screen shortly. So we can actually go in. So the first thing we want to do is to really take the name of the offender. And we want to ask the offender how much points is on the license. How much points we would know, so we can input the data to say that this person have 0 points from his license. And I would say if it's greater than 19, which I'm making a record, but we want the thing to say the person should be arrested. Else it must go to the list. So if it's not greater than 19, we want them choose from the points list how much point it is for the offense that they have just committed. So the menu will come and show us the corresponding points and the type of offense. We will also have the program calculate the offense and the current points. So if 4 points and you commit the offense, 2 more to that make it 6. And we're not going to escape the program until we finish. And then we can get a total tally of the person points, right? So after we do that, we want to actually use a status, use a status to show that the person is suspended 18 months or suspension for 2 years. And I would say offense, if our offense for the suspension 2 year, 1 year, 6 months, lock up we say over 19. So we are going to be specific now as to what we are doing. So I'm writing down everything so we can just build the program. So we are saying the offense are 14 and the total points is greater than 14. But of course less than the 19. We want the person to be actually suspended for 18 months. And if it's greater than 19, it's an automatic suspension that for the 2 year. But the program must still tell me say is to be arrested. And if if it's greater than 14 and less than 19, if it points greater than 14 and less than 19, we want it to be 1 year. And if the points is greater than equal to 10 and less than equal to 13, we want to say 6 months. Else we want to tell us, say, you must drive more careful. And we want the program to ask us, do you wish to continue with another offense? The police like to give all a ticket. So we can say yes or no. Yeah. Yeah, man, if we wish to do some more, we do some more. Because we are going to do is until we quit. So we are going to create a thing named quit. Once quit is equal to 0. So once you press 0 on the keyboard, then the person you can get a little output of all the status as well as the count. So that's what we are going to do now. This takes an hour to do, so at least we can go through with the hour, get this up. So the first thing first that we are going to do, I have already have you call that for you. May have the right line in for you for whenever I need to go into the menu. So you don't have to even wait for me write out all of that. So here we go. We're going to start by I already put the program, traffic offense, and we are going to make our declaration here. And you know our declaration are the constant. I'm not going to use any uses in this. Not doing any fandangles. We're gonna say constant. I'll use a constant, and of course I'll use var. I'm gonna put uses. I can do it, but I have no uses. Just to show you that I don't have to use it in this. Not such a big program, but a lot of use. It's a repeat type of program. So here we are going to actually allow the array, the maximum number of records for the array. We have set it to be 10. We'll take in at least 10 of it per the array that we are going to do. Don't want to stress the program too much. So we'll create a constant and we'll just call that maximum record. And we want it to be 10. And you can comment and say that this is the maximum number of records for the array. So you can comment on that, and whenever you're going through, you can understand what you're doing. So first thing first, I'm going to need count, and this count is not a far count. So I have to declare it in var. It's not a far count is equal to. When I said in the far count is equal to, I already initialize anything that come after the equal to. So with this now, it's a repeat until, so I have to declare it in the var. So I'm gonna do a quit because I'm gonna assign 0 to quit. Once you press 0, you can quit the program. I want to know the total points. Total points for the calculated offense. I want to know also the current I want to know the current points. All right, and I want to declare that as integer. All right. I also want to know the offense is going to be we'll call that now a number as well. So I can use comma offense. Motherfucker, I want to see it clear. So we're gonna say offense. Want it to be integer as well. We're gonna use number for to identify the offense. You'll see the list shortly. Of course, we're gonna use our best friend. Our best friend is array, so we're going to do name. We're gonna store the names into array. We're gonna store. So we're gonna say name, and it's an array. So I'm gonna put array for you guys to understand. So this name is going to be 1 to max rec. That max rec that we create up there, 10. 1 to 10 is the array. 1 minute. Yes, sir. Morning, we know our class, yeah? Open. But yeah, you're driving, so I can't stop. Me not pause here. In the middle. Yeah, let me finish. All right. Yeah, man, when we come. I'm not sure, me too. So called. Yeah, man. All right, sorry about that again. So we're going to um keep our name in array as usual. We like to put our name in array, and we know that this is string because the name we're talking about. Then we can also status. We need this status for the suspension period or 18 months or whatever. We need something to do that. So we're gonna call this array status. Array array status array status. We're gonna call that an array. That of course is 1 to master card. So we have a record now. We know that is 10. And this is also string. Suspensions those are words with string. So I'm gonna do that, and of course we are going to do the name of the offender. So this is going to hold the offender's name temporarily. So we want to hold the names temporarily for when the program needs to display them, because if I ask you want to do another offense, I need for the program to hold that name temporarily, so I can do some other things under your name. You can charge a 5 times or 10 times. So we can just say name of offender for this one. So name of offender, and this is also string. This is not an array. This is not an array. Just gonna hold that particular name until I finish up dealing with the offenses. Good. So if you have a screenshot of this, you're on your way, or if you're writing, that would be good as well. So this is very good for you. So we are going to go to the main program now, and then initialize our variables. We are going to remove this. I really need to remove it. You can just write in here enter name. Not ready for this as yet. We just want to bring it down. Want to bring it down. Really ready for that as yet. So first thing we are going to do, you must always know to do, is your variable initialization. Var initialization. All right, so I didn't put that in the first video, so at least I can know that about it. This we are going to do a total points. Total, where is that total points? Yeah. We want our total points to be equal to 0. Equal to 0. We need our count, because those are the 2 things up top that we actually initialize. Equal to 1, because it is 1 to max record. So this is the count and the total. If this is 0, you know the program wanna quit, so you cannot put that as 0. Now we are going to use up a nice little function we are called the repeat. REPEAT. This really our start the main loop. So this is gonna start
main loop, right? Now, what I'm going to do now is to input, which is the input section. I'm going to say right line. You guys know that I always use right line 1 or 2 times before I start my program. Very important. I will use 1 this time. I'm going to write and just say enter name. I've already said put that here, but I'm going to use a right line after. So I'm going to right line and say enter name. Enter name. And here I'm going to actually read the name of the offender which I created that thing for. So read line read line, and we are going to say, I think, name of offender. So I'm going to just oops, I shouldn't copy, you know. Name of offender, right? That's what the one that I want. And I want to move down. So after I get that, I'm going to do another right line. I'm going to say right line. That's a right. So I'm going to end the right line to get a little space. And this I'm going to actually use a right to enter current point. You can say points. So we want the person to enter their current points. Once you say enter current points, you must read. You must understand that once you write and you're asking for some things to be inputted, you must put in your current points. Look up here to see current points. Here it is. It'll help you to know that you actually declare the variable. So current points is right there. Now that I've entered my current point, I can just do in the input section. I can just do a right line. If I do a right line, so after I do this right line, what I want to do is to do the license check. I want to look suspended license check. I want to check if your license suspended. So me stop you on the road, me stop you, boom, you do a check to see if your license suspended because you might have above 19 points. Because if that's the first thing I check for, if it's above. And if it's not above, then we can go in the list. I don't want to go in the list knowing that you should be suspended already from driving. So what I do, I'm going to check first thing first to see if your license greater than 90. But first me I do. Me not going start at the lower level. I start at the highest level. And me I will say to the program, say if you know greater than 90, go see the list here what me have for you. So right here, we are going to go ahead and we're going to say, let me just write a little thing so you can see that. We're going to say right here, suspended license check. So we are check your license right now. And you see if your current points greater than 19, you're dead. If current points greater than 19, then I'm gonna do a little right line. Open this and say you just did this person should be arrested. We want the program to say that him just dead. No, I know you. Him. Him. It can be a sheet. So I will say them. Welcome to Jamaica, guys. We speak Patois and everything. All right. I don't want to end this right line with this if. So, for example, else, if I said else, this section is responsible for this section responsible for the offense. Let's begin. And then me have a put my little list here. This here, you don't want the line to end because it's only two options. So right here, you can remove this line. And let me copy and paste now the list of offenses that I got prepared for you. Of the offense. But this begin, and this is the list of my offenses. Good. List of offense. This is it. Let's bring this out some more. Very good. So that's my list of offenses. So if the current points greater than 19, then them just dead. This person should be arrested. Else, begin. So I don't want to end the line because I have a one else. There's no other multiple if statements. It's only one. So don't end the first if whenever you have two if. Remember that. It will cause a problem. Alright? Alright. So that should be it. Should be it. Alright, so you guys should be seeing this. So that's the offense. So if you're greater than 19, come in at the list and then we can look and say two defective points gone for defective vehicle. Seat belt, expired fitness, and all of that. So we are going to go into it now, where we can fully get an understanding of where we're actually going. So the menu, we are going to make the menu prompt now and read. So I will say, select the corresponding points to the type of offense. So once it's up there, so we want the program to come and say, hey, all right, we see what I want. Yeah, what more you know? Let me just say menu prompt. I wanted to write. This is what I wanted to write out. I want to show them. Select the corresponding points to the type of offense. And then here's what I want to read. Line. I that I don't see the intelligence. Okay. Read line, and I want to take the offense. Offense, right? Okay. Offense it is. Know that you said, hey, select the offense now. Always end with the right line. So I don't get much error because of these things. Always have a right line. So now I want to do calculate the field. I want to do a calculated field. So what I want to do, I want to say this is the total points must equal to the offense plus the current point. So the offense plus the current point must calculate that. So and by doing that, somebody will get the count to do the comparison. We say if the offense is equal to 14, which is, for example, racing. Racing is 14. Seatbelt and something are 2. So that type of thing. So if it is that the total underscore points, yeah, I want it to be equal to the offense plus I want the add up current point. Current point. So that means that when I press the 2, it will be 2 plus whatever point when we just launch the system, ask the question first. How much points this person have on anything? Him says 0. So now the one that we press a 2, you know. 2 plus, now you get a 14. Boom. 16 that. Just an example. So that's what I want to accomplish. But this is going to be a calculated field because I want to finish within the time. I can give you, I don't have any time to rush, you know. I'm taking my time. But at the same time, I'm considering you guys. Good. So here we go. So I'm gonna say, you see, if the offense, which is the total count, if you make your offense, if the offense is really 14, once you commit the racing offense, and the point is greater than 40, then I want you to be suspended for 18 months. Cause you make the points reach 14 plus you're gonna race. And you know, so you shouldn't race. So I put a stringent measure on race. So we have ability to say, you see, if this offense equal to 14, I mean I use and if the total points, what's the total points? Greater than 14. If you have 14 points and you go commit racing offense, you have killer. So this me gonna know. Then you have a big problem you have in now. In problem with the law right now. You're bright. So I'm going to do a status. I want to create an array. I call it array status. Here it is. And I want to keep count. Remember that this is thing there. This is not for loop. This is repeat loop. So I cannot say for count equal whatever because I'm using a for loop, and that's why I may have to define it up at the top in the bar. So now I'm gonna say the status of that count, I want it to equal to, and it's an array. So this is going to be it. The person should be suspended for 18 months. He's a racer. Boom. Good. And then I want to also do the name array, right? The name array, I want to keep that name array. Why do I want to keep that name array? I need the name of the offenders. If it's 10 offenders I put in, I need all the offenders' name at the end of it. So I want the name array. So I put name array for the name of offenders, for the count to actually hold that. So the name of offenders is not an array, but the array for the names is where I put the offender's name in. So I'm going to say name, I think name underscore, not name of offender, name array, yeah. So the name array is going to keep count. and I keep count. And it must equal to all the offenders. I want the numerator to keep all the offenders inside of him. And I want him to constantly count because this is not far, so I have to use count is equal to count plus 1. So this is how I have to do it. So this increment the count value for the array. This is how you do it in the what you call this? In the repeat increment count value for the array. Anything I write is what was not in the previous video. So I'm going to actually put a comment here. All right, good. Arrays. All right. I think I could end that. That could stay right here. All right. Else. All right. So if it is that you're taking the name of the array, and if the person so I have a condition to say that if the offense is equal to this, then do this. Do all of this. Person should do that and take the name of the offender. Else, a person here should drive more keenly because I'm not put no condition about this is the outside of the conditions because I'm gonna have some other conditions with the greater than this and whatever. So outside of those conditions, I want the program to say right, and you're gonna put here name of offenders. That's the name of offenders. John should drive more carefully. So I want to call out John name. So John, then we can write it here. So should drive. I want to know name more careful. I can also go further. Let me press enter right here. So press enter right here. This is a way to break a line. Enter right there, and then I can say the offender. I could call him name. I could call him his name again. Now as a total of, and I can find that in total points. So I can find that in total points. And that is going to, yeah, so we can say points at the end. Give it a little space inside. Yeah, so I can do that. When I put full stop there, I can put a full stop. Good, and then I can close this line. Close that line. Very well. Now I said else, so I can put an end now. After else, I must have the end with the semicolon. So to end that because I don't need anything in there. I don't need anything else. So that is the end of the offense section. So don't have anything to do in here. And I can use a curly brace now to say end of offense. This is a way to do your comment. All right, so with that,
So we can do some loop tests now. So we can actually send some instruction where say, do you wish to proceed? Do you wish to or do you wish to process another offense? We can start that now. But before we always start, we always use our right line. So get a little thing. So I'm gonna right line again. I'm gonna put in do you wish to process another offender. Right. I'm gonna send him back to the list. Right now, I'm gonna send him back to the list. I'm not going to allow him to enter another offender right here. I'm going to allow him to go back to the list where you can select the offense and put the person in. So I'm gonna send him back to the list and not to take an input with the read line. So I'm not going to take any input to the read line. I'm gonna send him back. So what I'm going to do, I'm gonna write to him and say, I'm gonna tell the program, I'm gonna say, hey, press any integer to continue. But 0. You can put a little exit. And with that, I can just I can read for the 0. Okay, you might press the 0. So you read for the quit. Because I did tell you that I'm gonna use quit to actually map my program. So once I say quit, I can use quit to just end the program. So once I go here, I'm gonna say right line, and then remember we are doing repeat until. So when I want to finish now, I can say until, and I can say until what? Until quit equals 0. Until QUIT equals to 0. That's how I initialize my quit. I exit the loop. So this is what exit the loop. So I exit the main loop right there. Easy as that. I use the quit, the repeat until is really a nice function to use. It kind of easy, not much. Only a whole lot of if. But it's still bad. Repeat until is still bad. But that's one of the requirements for the CSEC. I'm not going to tell you nothing otherwise. It's a bad function. Far better, but this nice too. Easy, but as I said, it is indefinite. So here we go now. So we are going to manipulate the output now. So we want to do some array manipulation. So you can call it array manipulation. Manipulation spell. Manipulation of outputs. Good. So what do we mean by that? We want to say, let's see if it's greater than or equal to 2. We want the offender name and the status VTDI. And just give me name and the status. For one nice little column like we do a while ago.
Manipulation spell.
Yes.
The manipulation spell wrong.
Me not hear you. Oh, the manipulation spell wrong. How is spell?
It would be I.
I.
The I.
Also?
manipulation. All right. Good. So all right. So array manipulation output now. So you see if the count is greater than or equal to 2, then we want the thing to give it the offender name and a status. So we really need that. And for the count, whatever amount of count, 1 to max, we want them to write out the name of the array and the status under one table header. So we can create another table header and I'll do the table header a different way from what I did in the last tutorial. I'm not going to use no go-to, that's why I didn't use CRT. So if you're not going to use CRT, you can do it like I'm going to show you. So first we're going to say, you see, if the count is greater than 2 or greater than equal, because 1 is more than 1, equal to 2, then I want to begin and end. Inside of this, I'll put a for loop inside. So I'll say right line. Remember that. You need to do a right line first. Then right. Anything you do a begin, do your right line first. Right line. And I'll create. Look at this now. This is what I'm gonna create. I'm gonna create offender. And there is no two little thing. Offenders name. NAME. All right, and I'm going to close this. Colon, and I'm going to send it over by 6. I'm going to send it over by 6. The space, I'm going to put it over by 6. And I want also comma. I want also status. And this is a header, table header we have created. And we're going to put this over by 14. I push this over by 14. And that should complete a nice little two table. I can call this table header. That's a nice table header. That one is nicer than the one you're gonna do over there. Not true. This one is kind of easier, but the other one more complex, which is a requirement. So this is a nice little table header. So under the table header, this is just a display. So if the count is greater than that, we want to be able to write out the array, but we want it within all of the counts them. So with from 1 to the maximum, we want all of the offenders there, all of the counts there. So we are going to use a for loop inside of this. We're going to say for count equal to 1, yes, to max, break to 10. I wanted to do something for me. And this is where I'm going to do this and put it under the head, the head. Do what's going on? Don't want no local variable. All right, so begin. Begin. And notice that's a different end down there. And end. And these ends are the one with this quotation, not the main end. So in this begin, I want to put in our right line. And all I want here is the name array. Name array. And I want it to keep in the count. and I can just put a little comma here. What I'm going to do right here, I'm going to move this bracket and I'm going to put a little quotation and give some space. So 6 to 14, how much now? 6, 6 space, 6 to 14, 7 or 7. So I give it about 7 space and then I can come and then put the array status. So it's going to fall under the status. Call it array status. I also want the count for that. Whatever count it is, I want for that. And then I can close the bracket now. And then this. Remember, this is a concatenation. The comma break it, and things can write in here. So I can even put stars in here. So whatever I want to put in here, so I can put stars in here and all of that. But I won't do that. I will allow you to see the table column properly and thing. So that being said, I need to tell you that this is the output for end. This is the end of for end. This end the output for this end the count. And how to do that really? You know that end the total block. All right. So I want the person to press exit to enter the thing right here. And this is a nice little program. So I'm gonna write 9 right 9 press enter to exit. Exiting and just read line. And this read line just pause the program. So me just want to pause program. That's all it do. And then I can do, where is that? That end down there can come up to that. So this end the program. You can know that. You know that already. All right. So let's look and see if there's any error. So first thing first. You know what? Let me run it first. Get some errors. Find them where they are. Up. So current line 25. Line 25. Right here. And again. Line 24. Line 24. And 22. What's going on with my small line? I mean, there is nowhere. No, this should be comma. I count bar. Yeah, man. I want them to all be integer. Sorry, this is an integer. This and this and this are integer. Must come down to give me an integer. That was the plan behind that. 29 and 9 are 89, 89, 89, and again. Oh my God, arrows are so wonderful. Telling them, not arrows, you don't know that you make mistakes. Enter name, kind of jumbled. That enter name, John. Enter current points. I'm gonna say John not 1. Or John have 5 points. Very good, because it is not greater than 19. So I want you to show me this list. Select the corresponding point to the type of offense. Effective motor vehicle. So it's gonna be 2. Now 5 and 2 is 7. Do you wish to process another what do you call it? Do you press any integer to continue or 0 to exit? So I'm going to press 2 or anything. Enter name, Mark. Enter current points. 13. What the offense? Mark fleeing. Marks 20. Do you wish to process another? Let me say 0. Mark should drive more careful. The offender now has a total of 20 points. Do you wish to process another offender? Let me press enter to exit. I think I set this on the exit. Yes, it's on the exit. Jerome, the current points 14. The current point type 14. Finish. Offender's name and the status. Jerome Jones. The person should be suspended for 18 months. Do you wish to proceed? Exit. Exit. Um, 19, greater than 19. Done. Please enter points. 20. And just that this person should be arrested. Do you wish to process another offender?
I press 0, exit. Very good.
Very good, very good. So if it's if it's the count is greater than 2, we get this little lovely thing here. And it's one we just get a little printout and that's it. So that's it for your lesson. Any question, any comment? Let me clarify any misunderstanding. Everybody all right? I have an assignment for tomorrow, so I want to know if everyone is okay. All is well? Everybody is on the same page? Or was it clear enough? So I have no, we check the chat. Okay. So I should assume that everybody understand what was taught. You can unmute your mics, you can talk. We are in the wrap-up phase. I want to get your feedback for day 2, and so we can go ahead. Guys, express yourself. If you don't understand, tell me. If you understand, tell me. I'm trying to help you guys out, and I want to make sure I'm clear as possible and that you are learning. All right, someone says good so far. All right, Sir Lawrence. Happy for me to assist you guys. So your assignment is to simply write a program. Show your family tree. Let me see that tomorrow. Yes, not a problem, Lassina. Not a problem, not a problem. And these are what TXC will be giving you. They don't go beyond these.
Excuse me, sir, you can repeat what you said before?
Oh, I was saying that if you have any comment or anything like that, what you didn't understand, what you understand.
About the assignment part.
Oh, just write. I wanted to write a program to just display your family tree. You're gonna put in your brother, your sister, your auntie, whoever is there. You can tell the system that you only have 10 family or 10 members in the family using the array, and allow that to actually display your family tree and give you all your family tree in order. That's just some practice. If you go through what you get today, that should be very easy for you. Just to replicate something like that. And of course, let it be in a nice little column. Going sideways with your headings, and let me see that tomorrow. Nice little family tree. You can set your own constant limit, but I think you should be able to do that. I could make it more complex to say if you're married, your brother and your mother is not your family, but only your children, husband. That won't make it go so far. Thinking like CXC. But you can do that first. You can just do your nice little family tree. I kind of know how safe it is for you. I was teaching IT, 100% pass high school. Down with Miss Harton. No failures. Programming was one of the easiest because we understand what they wanted. With the same knowledge that I'm giving them, not fail. First, Excel and those things make it easier for you. By the time you lick off those things where you know in Excel or Access and reach down to programming where you think you'll get licked. Mash up this one if you get.
Jones,
Yeah,
I have a question, sir.
not a problem.
Yes, sir. For the section of the program that is playing where it says the list of offenses,
Yes.
I've been you have all the asterisks there, but I've been wondering like um is it a requirement for you to put it there? Because
The asterisks and stuff like that.
yeah.
No, it's just presentation. For example, if you get a program to write a receipt, you wouldn't want to just put the name and stuff like that. You don't want to make it to look like something you actually know. This just gives programmers to use up their right line in unnecessary, none at all. So in unnecessary any at all, but while that it does make a program look organized. And your markers sometimes, the CXC markers sometimes. Sometimes when they're tired and hungry and see something just flat, they may mark it down. So you give them something look nice, and they say, wow, I like this man. And that alone give a mark. So I tend to kind of do them with pandangles. But you don't do this in your exam, you do it when the exam done. And you have the spare time, you can go back and kind of make your thing look good. Once you do the requirement first, that's the most important thing.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to ask about that.
Yes.
And for line 61 too, there are two semicolons for that one. So is that supposed to be there?
No, but because both of them mean close line, that's why it is actually there. It should not be there. In other compiler, it would error. It would show me. But because of the web compiler is nicer, way nicer and modern than the old compilers. But because it means end of line,
it doesn't matter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And just to test your theory, I just want to try with a few code. Want to try. See that? The code
Yes,
still
sir.
run. Yeah, code still run because semicolon mean end of line. But once it reach the first end line, and that is why the for loop, not the for loop, the if loops or the if conditions, it's so important not to have a semicolon if you're going to only use, because what it doesn't end the line. It doesn't consider any condition after that. If you're going to use two, if d equal dot, then don't put any semicolon after no bracket or anything like that. You'll do what you're doing, and then the last one when I close it. Because the semicolon end the line in Pascal. In other programming language, that's an error.
Also, when you're writing the if statement or for loop to initialize, you don't put a semicolon at the end. That was it. That was the same thing.
When you are doing the nested, when you're doing the nested if, like if else, and you want to continue with more than one ifs. And the
Yes.
first one, yes, and the first one you don't put it. Let me just find one. I think I did one in here. I think I did one in here just now. Where the if?
Oh, it would be
Here,
for
here, right there, right there.
Yeah, yeah. I didn't put a semicolon there. Try to end the line and ignore the L.
Oh,
Yeah, so it's like you don't know what else. So it'll give you that thing.
oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's it. Tomorrow is going to be a bigger program because I want to use up as many strategy that CXC and CSEC can keep use, so you guys will not be fooled. And once you have a program that you understand, kind of hard to do, because once you catch the loop, if the for they repeat until there's nothing else they can give you because the syllabus is tight. It is not too wide. Once you can catch those, only thing you're going to need is the understanding, the reasoning behind the code. Because how you reason the code is very important. And you have to see the code as what it actually is. You can actually, and you can go bigger than what the code is saying. Just like the PowerPoint that tell you about the Jamaica 50 of 50, they have a budget of 50,000. I could write the code to have 50,000 and you can't change the figure. But I was able to put in that amount by myself. If I want to change it, I change it. So that type of thing makes you realize that you understand what you're doing. Or CSEC, understand what you're doing more for our wording and the normal writing. But it was nice, guys, to read and truly go through this code with you. And of course, tomorrow we'll go through again. It has been a long day. I'm gonna give you guys the opportunity to rest for tomorrow. And tomorrow we'll be doing what code I think I will do tomorrow. I might look at the hotel management system. So to book in persons and allow we want to know all the guests that we see there at the hotel at any time. We will go up to 200 rooms. So, and each time somebody book a room, program is going to hold it in memory until everybody finish booking and tell you that hey, 100 room left enough for your book out 5 over there, so and the person carry 3 person inside.
So we can do some discount also based upon the type of route that they're going to take. So I'm going to do a big program tomorrow. I'm going to do a big program tomorrow. This type of program that I'm doing today is still a big program, but if you notice from 9 o'clock to 12 o'clock, right up to 12 o'clock, it was actually exhausted. Now you get this small one. This is a smaller one to finish the evening. I have quite a few more programs I can work with you, but I might only be able to give you for tomorrow. That should help you to get your certification. And you have to practice, and may you be blessed whatever exam you're going to pursue. I want to thank you again for joining, and we'll see each other tomorrow again at 9:30.
Mr. Jones,
Hey, how are you?
I am good.
Thank you for being here.
I'm just interjecting, just to remind everyone who has not registered, if they came in late to the session this morning, just to go to iSIMS and apply as Mr. Gordon had shown them this morning.
Yes, and the certificate is really good. In the JCF, once you have certificate like these, you can get a thing they call the technical allowances. And if you don't have some form of cert, IT, or some allowances in the business world, you can never get. And you don't even have to have a degree sometimes to get certain allowances. As you have no paper at all to show that you are that competent, it becomes an issue. I allow many persons to be certified and get their traveling, not traveling, their technical allowance through VTDI. And this is an initiative that VTDI have been doing for years, from 2009. Being with VTDI, they have done wonders. Here I am lecturing for this guys is really a good move for you guys, because we realize that the failing rate in CSEC programming high. VTDI recognize that, and so we work along to get you here. So I'm not expecting any of you who come on this seminar fail no programming or 3 hours of programming after you have completed your Excel access and your PowerPoint presentation. Don't allow them to fall, but further. And with the content that you have today, once you get all these are real SBAs that I'm doing. This is not no camouflage or anything. These are set exams that I'm giving you now. So whenever the time comes, you are only going to compare or remember how it was done, and you can apply that same concept, because CSEC, it don't really change. Just change the wording, but the concept is the same. You really know how to do a loop, you really know how to analyze, how to carry your counter. You see, your counter is very important in Pascal. You have to carry it right throughout, and not just Pascal alone, every programming language. And array is one of the bomb. You have to get the array and the count out. Ifs and then else, those things come after. But they are very important in your code. And once you get that, man, you're done. Guys, thanks again, and make sure you register as you're calling it and tomorrow we will meet at 9:30 again for a bigger program. I think it's one of the recent ones. And Mr. Hannah, do you have the recent, the current SBA? Not that I'm doing their SBA for them, but you have that SBA?
Not on my fingertips, but I'm sure I could try and get it.
Yeah, why have you never send me the current SBA? Make me do it for them. Anyway, that's a breach. But at
I'm
least
supposed to do them SBA, man. You're giving them the foundation to do it for themselves.
I won't breach. I won't breach. What I will do, I will make sure I give them close. I would like to see it so I can give them the closest SBA to what they're getting, and so they can populate it themselves.
with this that they should be able to do their SBA, at least half their SBA if they don't get that. But I know with the hotel management system, every area of Pascal syllabus is covered. That's why it's such a long system. Tomorrow we'll be doing that. It's gonna take all. We're going to do that tomorrow so you guys can get a good grade. And trust me, if you mash this up, mash up any exam because they won't set have limited time to come. Thanks again, Mr. Kana. Thank you also. And
Yes,
we are now.
As apply on iSIMS, I'm not able to send a message in the group. I'm not sure why.
You're not able to send a message in the group?
In the chat, it's not. So you can just post it from the website, iSIMS.
Oh, it is there. It is there. Let me just repost it.
From this morning, right? So just put it back so that they can see it.
Let me just repost it. Remember to register, guys. Very important. Don't waste your day. Even though knowledge is not waste, but it's good to have something to show. You need a little plaque in your house. Your name on it.